right now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm calling this meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board to order. We are January the 12th, 2021. This is our 14th virtual meeting. Melissa, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Katz,
Here.
Member Beachside,
Here.
Member Bienvenue,
Here.
Member Guida,
Here.
Member Larson,
Here.
Member Roybal.
He's excused.
Thank you. Madam Chair, a quorum is present.
Thank you very much. Are there any changes to this evening's agenda, either from staff or, yes, Nicole?
There's been one change for 586 Camino del Monte Sol,
Mhm.
which is case number 2020-002959 HDRB.
Mhm.
There is a new property owner, and his name is Wayne Polson. And we did receive an affidavit from him that Mr. Enfield is his representative. So the representative for the property is the same, but since November 24th, the property sold to Mr. Polson.
Okay, that's it?
Mhm.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda? And remember, when you make a motion, state your name and seconder as well. Thank you.
Member Bienvenue, so moves.
Member Katz seconds.
Thank you. All roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We have minutes of December the 8th, 2020. Are there any changes to these minutes?
Madam Chair, I just noted that my first name is spelled S-A-L-L-Y with no E.
Okay, and it's spelled how, Sally?
Oh, there's an E in it, and it's okay, but if Melissa's able to.
Yes,
Okay,
I can make that change.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't have a page for you.
That's okay.
Member Katz moves approval of the minutes
Second,
as amended.
second, please.
Guida seconds.
Roll call vote.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We have no findings of fact and conclusions of law in this particular agenda. I'll move on to matters from the public. Anyone from the public wishing to speak at this time? Let me see if I see a hand that is up. It's Stephanie Benenato and also John Eddy. Stephanie?
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to thank you for your appreciation of the public members and our comments on Ms. Rios. I, again, think that public participation is important. And I, again, just appreciate the recognition that you gave us last week. Thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. Mr. Eddy?
Madam Chair, thank you. I never did wish everybody Happy New Year, so I'd like to do that this time. And assure you all that none of you look a day older than you did last year. So you must be doing something right.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the house on Ranchitos that was addressed last week. And I had a procedural question for staff. Okay. My recollection of how this went was that they came to the meeting last week with new plans. Were those plans submitted in the packet for last week in preparation for the meeting?
You want me to answer, Sally, or would you like to?
Rios, did you want a response from staff?
I can respond.
Angela?
Just we should
No.
direct these through Chair Rios.
Chair.
Yeah, Angela, and feel free, I'm sure Nicole and I can chime in if that would be helpful.
Sure, just because it was my case. And the answer to that question is no.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I guess my next question is, was that proper procedure? And I'll let you discuss that amongst yourselves. But I did want to discuss design of the project. And first, I wanted to let you know that I know that it's difficult doing these meetings because there's a certain amount of fatigue, and dealing with Zoom kind of triples that. But I think what happens when we're dealing with a submission that has a little bit of challenges to it, which Ranchitos definitely did, the original plans did, being as modern as they were. I think the cart got put before the horse, and unfortunately the applicant did not bring his new plans to discussion on a timely basis. So about half an hour, 40 minutes of time was burned up talking about the old plans. The old plans should have been the ones that were, I assume, discussed at the meeting to begin with, because the new plans had not been submitted. Be that as it may, I wanted to talk about some problems that I had with that original design, and the first of them was the windows. I think that when we are trying to honor Santa Fe style, whether we call it recent Santa Fe style or older Santa Fe style, one of the requisites in vernacular design, or one of the standards of vernacular design, is that the windows are normally oriented in a vertical fashion. The windows on that design, as it was presented, ultimately were mostly horizontal in nature. So I think that brings about a disharmonious contribution to the neighborhood, and I'll just leave that out there. I didn't have a chance to speak to that at the time. The next thing I wanted to address, and I, with all respect to Chair Rios's observations about canales. Yes, there was a vernacular adaptation of metal in canale design in Santa Fe. Largely, this was born out of people realizing in the beginning that they needed to get water away from their walls at a further distance from the wall so that the walls would not continue to erode. So a lot of canales were extended or were in fact reinforced by light gauge metals. And I think that's how that metal thing came about in our style as a vernacular concept or adaptation. The problem that I have with Corten steel being used on buildings, specifically with canales, is that usually it's a steel channel or a tube that's essentially cut off at a 90-degree angle and plopped in the wall. Canales traditionally in Santa Fe obviously are designed with handwork in mind, and they have angled cuts on them or curved cuts on them to make them match to the adobe vernacular. So cutting off a teal stube and sticking it in a parapet is, again, a very inharmonious addition to a structure as I see it, and strictly modernized. So I wanted to point that out. And I think that something that can be considered is that the next time somebody comes to you and says, we would like to put Corten steel canales on our roof, perhaps you can encourage them to adapt those canales to have some characteristic such as curves cut into them or angles to cut back to the highest top part of the canale, so that they at least mimic traditional or vernacular canales. So I just wanted to leave that out as food for thought because I was not able to address it in the beginning. But I would like to see some discussion about how procedurally that project was basically designed on the fly with plans that were brought to the meeting itself rather than giving the board the ability to study them in the packet before the meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the ability to speak.
Thank you, John, for your comments and observations. And I have a question for Nicole. So did the board approve a tubular canal?
No, not that I'm aware of. They're just metal. There isn't any wood to them, was my understanding with the canales.
Okay, because from what John was saying, it appeared that he's saying that they were in a tubular fashion. So anyway, I don't know if board members want to just move on or if anybody has any further comments. Let me
May I
see.
clarify, Madam Chair?
Oh, yes, would you please?
I'm sorry, if I misspoke, there's a possibility that I misspoke. I don't know specifically if the designs were tubular or if they were channeled. But the same argument stands. A channeled Corten steel canale can also have angles cut onto the front face of it so that they reach back towards the roof, such as a traditional vernacular canale. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And when I made my comments in reference to the type of, we have a couple of metal canales, which are long and as John described them from the old days. And I was saying, this is what we have. And I don't know if you want to approve a steel canale that is perhaps wanting to imitate that metal canal. So that was something that I just brought up as a comment, and the board could have explored that a little further. And we have somebody else wanting to speak, Stephen Beili, Beili?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your last name.
Stephen Belly. It's just like stomach.
Like the belly? Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes.
Mr.
Yeah,
Belly,
we're,
yeah, you were here.
Applicant for the one on Ranchitos.
Right.
And I just happened to be listening in because I have some curiosity about a couple projects tonight. And so I thought I could respond to the canal question. Mr. Eddy was interested in the canales being hand built. These are actually going to be hand built. The builder of the house is also a steel artisan, and he will custom make these canales, and they do actually have an angled cut at the top, so they are not tubular steel that just gets cut. They get welded together by the artisan. And in terms of the process that we went through, I think it was a little bit unusual only because the Zoom glitch that happened gave us more time in between the neighbor's letter being submitted and then the hearing. And so sometimes I know at a hearing, when something is submitted, there will be concerns and they'll be addressed in the meeting, and somebody will say, well, what if I did this? Or the board may say, what if you did this? And there's some change to the design that happens just during the board meeting. And so that's how I see what we did the other night, was that we were prepared to make some changes to the design that we thought might address the neighbors' concerns, but we were able, because of the Zoom glitch, to actually bring forward drawings. But after I had submitted for the December 8th hearing, it's not acceptable to submit new drawings after that and stay on the agenda. So I wasn't allowed to bring new drawings until the hearing, when I could offer the changes that we were offering to address the neighbors' concerns. So I think that's how it went down.
Okay, thank you very much.
Fair enough.
Okay, it appears no one else has any comments. Member Katz, did you have something?
I did, but I no longer do.
Okay, thank you. Staff, anything under staff communications? Nothing?
No,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
So we will move on to, under old business, we have two cases. And the first one is case 2020-2818, located at 324 Mackenzie. And this is Daniel's case. Daniel, would you let us hear your report, please?
Curious, I'm moving Dave Betzler to the panel. Daniel, can you confirm that that's the correct applicant?
Confirm. I am
Thank
confirming.
you. Okay, great. And if there's anyone else we need to move, you can let me know. But thanks.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Let me just go to a full screen. "324 Mackenzie Street is a 1540 square foot contributing residential structure located in the downtown and east side historic district. The north facade is designated as primary. That's this facade. This is the view facing west on Mackenzie Street. These are the floor plans. The structure is rectangular, 1 story, and faces north on Mackenzie Street. The structure has a pitched roof with a single street facing gable, adobe walls with deeply recessed windows, and a territorial style portal on the front. On the east side, the rear portion of the property is gated, and that's this gate here. Technically speaking, the rear portion is also publicly visible, although practically speaking, it's blocked by the gate. Behind the gate is a wood awning and trellis that are not attached to the structure, and they are also not historic. This is the trellis in question. This is the gate here from the other side facing north towards the street. So the applicant proposes to remove the awning structure. I had originally said in my report that it was publicly visible. Or that it was not publicly visible, but it is technically speaking. The applicant proposes to remove this structure and replace it with an oxidized steel frame awning, similar in scale to the one removed. These are drawings of the east elevation with the proposed new awning, and the south elevation, the awning stretches around the south side of the building. It would be pre-finished pro panel metal roofing in a brown color. This structure will extend around the non-publicly visible south side of the building. That's this. To shade it from.
How can I get in touch with these guys?
Dave, just hold on a moment. The roof of the awning will be bolted to the exterior wall and will be partially supported by steel posts in a rust brown color, partially by the ledger strip, which will be connected to the wall. These are the examples of the material. And I wanted to also note that this has not been included in the packet. The applicant has expressed a desire to revise his proposal because of this late information. It didn't make it into the packet, but for the board's discussion, I will now show and describe briefly the revised proposal, which is to have a freestanding shade structure that would not be pitched in the same way. This is the revised proposal showing this flat and freestanding structure. Here's from the north elevation. This is the proposed. This is the above is the existing. So there would be some visibility of the structure. And here is the east elevation again, with the structures existing as above and the revised below. And just for the comparison, here we have the existing on the top, the original proposal here with this kind of connected and pitched roof line, and the revised proposal, which has this flat and more freestanding structure. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project, although it's for the board to discuss and advise on which proposal should be approved, and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2 D and E. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Board members, do you have questions? Member Katz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the roofing on both of them?
This pro panel material. This on the right.
Right. And is it, and I assume that that's the Corten steel that they want to use? On the
Yes, I
bottom,
believe so, yeah.
the oxidized steel.
Mhm.
How's the water going to go off? It looks like it's totally flat. Is there some slope?
Well, I think we should have a clarification from the applicant. I assume that, I'm not quite sure. I guess that maybe the material has been changed on this revised proposal
Okay,
so that it would be permeable.
thanks.
Thank you. Member Guida, do you have something?
I think we're going to get the answer here in just a second.
Okay, it appears no more questions. Will the applicant please get sworn in?
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is David Betzler. I'm at 324 Mackenzie address.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. What do you have to tell us about this project? There was a question brought up about slope, if the water can go, how is the water going to drain?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. The water in the first proposal that was submitted drains off a sloped pro-panel roof. And in the drawing in the upper left-hand side, you can see the slope. It's only a partial roof, however. And so as we get out on the drawing below in the lower right, where you can see the plan, that shed roof, if you will, is about 3 or 4 feet in length. And the water would drain to the edge of that, and then it would become an open trellis. In the new design, however, this design is open. In both cases, the trellis on the east as well as the trellis on the south. And so the water simply is allowed to drain through those joists. It's completely open. There's no roofing on it. Its purpose is really to shade the sun.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for that. And do you have anything further?
You're welcome.
To tell us about the project? It seems like another member has his hand up. Let's hear from him. Member Guida?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the newly proposed design, it's clear that there is no pro panel on this one. Is this an all steel structure, or all the horizontals on the trellis also made out of the natural steel?
Yes, Member Guido, that's correct. It's all steel, and there's no wood involved. Concrete footings would provide the foundation for the posts.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Betzler.
You're welcome.
And let me see, we have any other questions from board members or comments? It appears we don't have any at this time. Did you have anything further to tell us? Do you prefer one design over the other, the proposal, the original or the revised?
I do, Madam Chair. I think that my preference would be the amended proposal, which is the open trellis, would be more complementary to the existing structure, as well as to the character of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you for that. And if you
You're
don't
welcome.
have further to tell us, I'm going to open it for the public. And Nicole, if you will limit the public speakers to 2 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Do we have anyone wishing to comment from the public? Let's see, Stephanie Benenato. Would you get her sworn in, please?
Yes. Mr. Renato, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Benenato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe 87504. I appreciate the change in the design. I think the wraparounds really changed the character of the house. However, I would rather there was no shade structure on the east side at all, because even though there's a fence there, it does, I think, change that character of that facade. And even though it appears to be behind the fence, again, I just find that to be, again, characteristic of this house. I would wonder if the uprights on these structures could not be wood, or at least made to look like wood, to be more harmonious with what's going on, or perhaps have columns like on the front porch. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any other comments from the public? It appears not. I do not see any other hands raised. So I will go back to the board. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Rios. So on the public visibility, the staff report originally said it had no public visibility, but it does. And I did hear Daniel revise that to say it does. The new structure, but the old proposal did as well. I think both directly from the street, looking straight onto that north facade, you can clearly see the top of the trellis structure over that coyote fence, which is not permanent to begin with. But secondly, you can see it over the fence on the north side, which is at least as low as the coyote fence that we're looking at in the picture. So as you're on the street, traveling down the street, you do see that entire facade on the entire east facade above the coyote fence, which would include the top of this structure. So because it does have the public visibility, I guess I wonder, maybe I just ask the applicant, I find the metal to be unharmonious. And I think under the original plan, I would have said it's prohibited because it was attached to the house and clearly what we would call an addition. And as an addition, I think it's required to match the material of the house. Now it's no longer attached, but it has the same aesthetic sense of, being extremely close to the house. And the applicant indicated that he thought this was more harmonious with the streetscape, but I just like an expansion on that, because I personally don't find that kind of oxidized steel to be historic or traditional in any way.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Applicant, would you please respond to the question?
Yes. Thank you, Member Bienvenu, for those comments. And I have to concur with both your perception of the view from the street as well as the other comments from the citizen that weighed in. I have looked at the structure as not trying to blend in with the original structure as much as separate it as a new structure to allow the original building to stand on its own. It's a beautiful adobe building, and I didn't want to try to recreate the columns, which are slightly tapered on the front portal, nor the wood fascia that's on the front portal. And so I, at that point, chose to go with steel, and the oxidized finish was to tone the steel down so that it would not appear to be a new structure, but more to blend in. But I see your point.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Applicant, what is the makeup of the original shade structure?
Well, the original shade structure is wood, composed of 4x4 wood posts.
Yeah, I don't
It
mean
has-
excuse me for interrupting you. I mean your proposal, your original proposal.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I misunderstood.
Yes.
The original proposal, as far as the frame, was to be steel
Oh, okay.
with an
both-
oxidized finish.
Okay, so both are steel. You've just changed the position of the structure.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Member Larson or Member Benvenu, were you done?
Oh, I forgot to put my hand down, but since it's still up, I'll just ask a follow-up question. So if the intent is to make it blend in with the structure, as I guess what you're saying is you actually want it to look like something equivalent to wood. Is that the idea of choosing the oxidized steel?
Well, I chose the oxidized steel thinking that it would look more historical, if you will, rather than to try to mimic the tapered wood columns, which are round on the front portal, and certainly not try to recreate the portal that's on the east side, which is the one that we'd like to remove. That portal on the east side, I think, was built in the late 70s, but it has no historical significance that I'm aware of, nor does it, in my mind, add any or enhance the look of the house.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Larson?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I appreciate that intent of trying to separate this addition or new structure from the historic structure, which really is like, it's quite symmetrical and quite, you know, strong on its own. And we like to do that a lot with historic preservation, you know, to differentiate between the old and new. However, I think in this case, this steel structure is quite harsh, I would say, in comparison to this very simple kind of sweet house. And I think it would be more harmonious, maybe not to repeat the distinctive column that we see on the front, but to actually be more in keeping with what's already there, that very simple wood portals kind of structure, painted white. I just think that that would be more in keeping with the neighborhood and with the structure itself, which I don't think needs that kind of heavy utilitarian kind of approach. I think we could go a lot more, we could take a more sensitive approach to what is already there. And that's all that I have to offer. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. I agree with Member Larson. You know, we don't have a requirement for things not to be visible at all or to perfectly match the detailing of the existing building. And so I strongly favor the revised scheme because it looks less utilitarian than the first scheme. I think the first scheme is plain not harmonious because of how it turns the corner, and it looks like a almost agricultural structure. The revised scheme is quite a bit better. As to whether painted wood or steel is more harmonious with the neighborhood, we know that steel is used throughout the historic districts. Given that it's clearly separated from the building and clearly articulating a difference between new and old, I would be fine with approving the revised design in steel.
Thank you, Member Guida. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share the view that wood would be better than steel. I think that what we want to communicate is the handmade house. That's what really the whole Adobe style was. It was bricks that you could make in your backyard and put up yourself, and trees that you could cut down and turn into wood, or even you could have metal, but it was generally wrought iron that was hand crafted. And so I would definitely prefer that it be wood. It could be stained wood or painted. I think the stained would stand out less than painted, but I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Katz. Member Beachside.
Thank you, Chair Rios. I just wanted to point out that I think I see on the revised drawings the addition of a metal gate in the coyote fence that's existing. And I just wanted to note that I think that currently there's just a Latia gate in that fence, and I think that the addition of a steel gate in a fence is really incongruous. It looks like, you know, there's sort of a delicate, native fence there, and then a very strong steel gate. It's not something we typically see as a combination. So I would be in favor of keeping the Latia fence.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Did you wish to respond to any of this, applicant Betzler?
Yes, Madam Chair, I appreciate all the comments from Vice Chair Katz, Member Larson, Member Guida, Member Benvenu, and Member Beachside. I have to agree that on a number of counts, one is that the steel gate came into play at the last hour, but I'm certainly not adverse to keeping the coyote fence, which is what's existing. We had recently upgraded the electrical service, and there's a meter behind that location, behind where the steel gate is shown. And I thought that maybe an open wrought iron gate would allow the meter reader to look through and read the meter rather than coming inside the gate. But we can certainly keep the coyote gate. The other comments in terms of wood frame for the trellis versus steel, certainly I can see the reason for using wood. I understand the basis historically for using wood, whether it's stained or whether it's painted white. But something that complements the building, I'm sure could be worked up with the basic design that's shown in the proposed scheme. So I appreciate all those comments, and I was thinking that maybe it'd be a good idea to do a mock-up on the site so that we can all take a look and see what works best. That's all my comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, did I understand you to indicate that you would be willing to change from steel to wood? Did I understand you to say that?
I'm certainly open to the idea. I have no problem with wood except that it deteriorates. So in 10 years or 15 years, if it's not maintained properly, it tends to rot. Steel is going to be there for any number of years.
Okay, thank you. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Rios. So I was struck, I agree with all the comments that I think the wood is vastly superior in this case to galvanized, or not galvanized, but Corten or oxidized steel, which I think is incongruous with the structure and the streetscape. I guess my question was going to be whether or not we can go further with this proposal tonight, or whether we should ask for a resubmission. And I think perhaps that was answered by the applicant in indicating that he could resubmit with a different plan that would be based on a wood structure. So if that's the case, that's, I don't think we would need a motion, but I would be in favor of that solution. And I'd also just like to say, I very much appreciate the applicant's openness to the discussion and suggestions and interest in taking a second look at the structure.
Yes, thank you. Yes, applicant, Mr. Betzler, I also want to thank you for wanting to take a second look at this and listening closely to what all the board members have to say. There are a couple of other board members that have their hands up, and let me see what they have to say. Member Guida.
I'll be brief, Madam Chair. Just 2 points to make. I appreciate the flexibility of the applicant. We have a process for reviewing these cases. It's not mock-ups, and certainly that would be generous, but it is enough to have good drawings and good representations of the materials for the board to make decisions about that. Whether we go with wood or steel, I'd just like to voice the point that the things that are under consideration before the board tonight are not traditional forms in Santa Fe architecture whatsoever. They're 2 pergolas. So what we are dealing with is something of its time and place right now in terms of its form, and that could be extended to the discussion of the material.
Thank you for your comments, Member Guida. Member Beachside.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I don't have anything.
Okay. Member Katz.
Yes, I have one question about the proposed pergola in the back. And the description is that it's really for shade. And I'm looking at the house and I'm seeing that the north side is fairly high. The chances of the sun hitting that almost ever, the area, because it's quite a narrow space, seems very, very minimal. I mean, I don't have any objection to it. I think it's fine if they want to have that, but it does not seem to serve the purpose that was stated it was being considered for. Thank you.
Thank you. I will at this time entertain a motion, and I believe Member Benvenue was ready to make a motion.
Sorry, I'm trying to unmute. Is a motion needed, or do we just table? I'm not sure what the procedure
You
is.
postpone.
Okay, so if motion is needed, then I would move that this application be postponed pending a resubmission.
Is there a second?
Larson will second.
Nicole has her hand up,
Yes,
Madam
I
Chair.
do see that, Nicole. Nicole, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to suggest, Madam Chair, that maybe there's a postponement to a date certain of February 9th in order to put this application on the soonest possible agenda.
Okay, is that fine with you, members of that made the motion?
I agree with that motion.
A date certain to February 9th. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
I'm not clear on what we're telling the applicant to do. The motion didn't include any direction on the resubmittal.
That is actually a very good point, but I think all the discussion that was indicated that the applicant should go with wood rather than steel. I think, Anthony, that you were the only one that indicated that you felt that steel was an okay option. Is that correct, board members? Member Benvenue?
Well, as always, I'm always reluctant to direct the applicant what to come back with. I think that's for them to, my view is they choose what to apply for, and then we decide whether or not we believe it meets the code requirements. And in this case, the applicant, I understand the applicant to be voluntarily agreeing to resubmit a revised proposal. And so my preference is not to direct what that should consist of, but the applicant has heard our discussion, and I assume we'll take that into account in making any revisions.
Okay, roll call vote, please. Or Member
Yes.
Katz, did you have something further?
Yes, I would actually like to add something in light of what John just said. I think that there's a problem sometimes when we have a discussion and it is sort of summarized to the applicant. And then when the applicant comes back with some piece of a redesign that a number of people had talked about, it said, oh, but you told me to do this. And, you know, it doesn't, in this situation, we haven't approved anything. And when the applicant comes back, I mean, I know it's sort of kind of dirty pool or something to say, well, gee, you all seem to think you wanted wood, and now you're telling me you want it made out of plastic or something different. And I don't think we do that, but I also don't want there to be this understanding when something is postponed for redesign that somehow we have pre-approved that redesign, because it may not look good and there may be further discussion. So I think there's a little cautionary tale. I think John's suggestion is very well taken. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Madam
So,
Chair, as a point of order, we probably shouldn't do so much discussion in the middle of a vote, which, I mean, it's okay, but I would recommend if the maker of the motion and second are amenable, that maybe John withdraw the motion and restate it again, and we vote again just for a clean record. So folks
Member
can follow.
Benvenu, would you restate your motion clearly?
Yes, would you tell me again what date you wanted it to be postponed until?
February 9th.
Okay, so I move that this application be postponed for resubmission by the applicant in light of our discussion at the board's discussion on February 9th. For hearing on February 9th.
Member Larson?
That would be to a date certain.
Yes, that's what he said.
February 9th.
And Member Larson, are you seconding?
Yes, I will second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida,
No.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Betzler. And we shall see you on February the 9th.
Thank you, Madam Chair and all members. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Next case is located at 586 Camino de Montesol. This is case 2020-2810. And it is Angela's case. Angela, may we hear your report, please? Angela, can you hear me? Are you muted? There you go.
Chair Rios, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Angela, and can you tell me, I just need to find our applicant, make sure they're here and move them to the.
Okay, and I'll get my face back on the screen. Live.
Architectural Alliance and applicants, you can help me out too if you want to raise hands. Okay, I see Eric Enfield. Thanks, Eric. Move to panel. All right, fabulous. Okay, applicant
Okay,
is
go
present.
ahead, Angela.
I'm trying to get, pardon me, trying to get my Zoom screen back on. There we are. Okay, pardon the delay there. So this is 586 Camino de Montesol, and the PowerPoint itself is going to be projected from Nicole's screen, which is what you have in your packet. It matches exactly what you have in your packet. And I will add additional photographs to this case. So I don't know how we do that, but.
Sharing is enabled for all panelists. So
Okay, so
anybody who wants to put up a PowerPoint is free to do so, and you can steal the screen from one another as desired.
I think Nicole is going to do it. Are you doing that, Nicole? Okay, she's got it. I'll start the staff report now. 586 Camino del Monte Sol is a contributing residential structure located in the downtown and East Side Historic District. So let's go to the top of the slides for the front of the house. Slide 1. Not working.
I'm sharing the packet because that's what I have open. And then my understanding was that you were going to show additional photos that were taken because that is the new information.
Yes. So,
Okay. I'm in the packet.
but you're in on slide 18.
I'm showing the property. Yes.
Well, that's inside the courtyard. Oh, I see, because the packet's organized that way. It's got all the documents in there. Okay, go down to that first photograph. Thank you. This case comes back to you because it was postponed for the applicant to provide some more context about the site, the sloping site. It's this is the garage proposed off of the north of the driveway at 586 Camino del Monte Sol. That's the entrance of the house. And it's a non-contributing guest house is located southwest of the main house. The guest house has had an attached carport at one time, which was demolished at an unknown date. The house was the home of Fremont Ellis, a Santa Fe painter, printmaker, teacher, and founder of the Santa Fe group called Los Cinco Pintores. Will Schuster was his next door neighbor. The applicant proposes to construct a 592 square feet freestanding garage with the maximum allowable height is 15 feet, 1 inch. The applicant requests an additional 4 feet, bringing the structure to 19 feet, 1 inch. The new garage varies in height from 13 feet to a maximum height of 19 feet. So the picture you're seeing now is inside the courtyard behind the garage pad. So you can see that it's a site that drops in elevation and has a lot of retaining walls. And that particular image is directly behind the garage, which is proposed for the other side of the stucco wall you see there. The garage will be located to the southwest of the main house. And the photo you're seeing there is the back of that garage pad again. And then if you can click on that next slide photo, I think you were there, where I'm standing in there to give you a sense of scale of the drop behind the garage, proposed garage. The proposed garage will match the Spanish Pueblo Revival style of the main house. The garage door will be 18 feet by 19 feet tall with decorative wood panels and exposed wood lintel on its south facade. The windows and the door will have exposed wood lintels. The north elevation will have a wooden 3 by 4 feet double casement window with the 2 divided lights painted Danube blue to match the main house. The wood doors and lintels will be stained antique walnut to match the existing courtyard gate. The stucco will match main house and yard walls. El Rey buckskin and garage door will be stained gray cedar fencing. The applicant also proposes to add a 6 feet tall coyote fence where the maximum allowable height is 6 feet. If we could go back to the top, the original photo.
I'm sorry, the original photo of
it's the first slide that shows the entrance to the house photograph.
Oh, shoot.
Because then you can see where the the yard wall already exists and where it's being extended to reach the garage. No. Well, the Latias will have staggered tops to create a new parking space for the existing guest house. The new fence will tie into the existing Cody fence that separates the driveway from the yard, and a new stuccoed yard wall will be erected to tie into the northwest corner existing yard wall. The new yard wall section will be 6 feet tall. Now, I can provide slides off my screen, Nicole, if I can share.
Okay, I wanted to just point out what you were trying to discuss, which is
Oh,
the
okay.
new yard wall. This is the existing yard wall, and this is where the new yard wall will go in relationship to the garage, and then the house is up here.
Oh, you zoomed in, thank you. Like to just give you some more photographs. It's a slow connection and it's barely coming up. So in the interest of time, I believe you've seen photographs of the site behind where the garage is proposed, as well as additional information about the fencing. So with that, staff recommends approval of the proposal and finds that the application complies with the downtown and east side design standards and defers to the board with respect to the addition of 4 feet for slope per 14-5.2 D9 CIIF. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Angela, so the applicant is asking for 4 feet due to slope change?
Chair Rios, members of the board, yes.
Okay. And can you describe how far back this garage, the proposed garage, will be from Camino del Monte Sol? And describe that, because you're at Camino del Monte Sol and then it goes back and there's a gate and then the garage is even further back. Do you know how far back that will be?
Chair Rios, I estimate at least, I don't know, 30 feet.
Okay, and I can ask the applicant as well. So at least 30 feet. And when there's a gate, a vehicular gate, which is normally closed. I go back and forth on Camino del Monte Sol. And unless you really stop your car in front of the gate, I'm gonna guess that you're not gonna see the garage. Is that a correct conclusion?
Chair Rios, members of the board, it's correct when the gate is closed that you don't see the entrance to the house, but the public visibility is there because you can see that barely the top of a section of the proposed new garage behind the tree. So it's barely publicly visible.
Okay, and that garage is going to be from 13 feet to 19 feet?
13 feet at grade at the driveway and 19 feet at the rear.
Okay, thank you. Member Beachside.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, Angela, that I'm understanding the site plan correctly, that there is a slope of about 5 feet over the garage footprint. Is that correct?
My understanding, Member Beachside, is that the slope occurs towards the rear of the garage pad, the proposed pad. So I would defer to the applicant to respond to that.
Okay.
Specifically.
And then does the garage appear taller than either the main house or the guest house?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Member Guida. I'm sorry, Member Beachside, is that all you have? Okay, Member Guida?
I was just going to answer or help with Member Beachhead's questions. The topography on sheet 38 or page 38 shows a 10-foot drop from one corner of the proposed garage to the other.
Okay.
Thank you. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. We can verify that. Thanks, Anthony, for that. Let me see if there are no further questions. Let's get the applicant sworn in. Eric Enfield, please.
Mr. Enfield, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
It's Eric Enfield, 612 Old Santa Fe Trail, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Good evening, Eric. What do you have to tell us about this project?
Well, I looked at the grades a little closer and you can see that the garage footprint has also been altered. The garage has been now sized to a minimum 2-car size garage. So I've cut the footprint of it down, and also the front height at the garage door went down from over 14 feet to 13 feet. But we did have a large grade drop in the back, as you guys had mentioned in the last meeting, which I was able to look at a little bit closer and reflect those changes on the revised package that you have, and specifically on the elevations. The topography that's presented is the topography that's available on the city website. And I'm sure there could be some variance in that. And it doesn't really look like it drops 10 feet when you're there, but you could see the picture of Angela was standing below it, and she really wasn't taller than that slope. And also in the previous meeting, I'd mentioned there were stone walls around that area, and you could see those stone walls in the photographs. So it was good for me to go take a closer look. I actually turned the garage also, and it moved away from the house further. Right now, it's about 23 feet away from any corner of the house. That's the minimum distance from the house. And to answer, I think it was Member Beachhead that had asked about how far from the street. No, that was, anyway, it's about 90 feet from the street to the front corner of the garage towards the street. So it's a sizable distance from the street. And I also want to talk about the finished floors, because we dropped the garage to make sure there'd be minimal interference to the whole view of the house and the character of the terrace and the existing landscape that's in there, which is jungle-like. It's very thick. We made particular attention to the tree that we want to save, that I think would probably hide the majority of the garage from any view from the road. But just looking at the terrace itself, if you look at that sheet C2, you'll see that the elevation is at 87 and our garage floor is at 81. So it's 6 feet below the terrace. Now on that garage side, it's only 13 feet high. So really it's only extending 7 feet above the level of the terrace. And then the finished floors inside are even higher than the terrace by about a foot or 8 inches. So the building also at that corner that the garage is closest to is part of the 2-story facade on the existing residence. And this building will come up to about 7 feet high on the posts of the portal that exists on that kind of that, what side would that be? That kind of be on the south side of it. Obviously, there was a requirement for guest parking, but there was a nice area that we could incorporate the guest parking in, which we did next to it. I think the addition of a small portion of coyote fence that matches the existing coyote fence, if you go down into the corner of the property, the coyote fence starts there, and that's 6 feet high along. I'm just tying into it and carrying it around back into the garage. And then on the other side, there's about a 5 or 6 foot section of retaining wall of about 4 feet that I'm going to do to save that tree and to make sure that that tree remains next to the garage, because I think it's important that that tree's there. With that tree location and when I turned it to be able to reorientate it and I decreased the depth of the garage, what that also allowed us to do was to have a path that came down below the tree out of the garage at more a lower level than along the wall. And I think it'll be much nicer. If you go to the elevations themselves, you can see that I've taken the historic details and not necessarily matched them, but going to the extreme of matching the header detail that I don't like, which collects water, but matches the existing house, which I do think is important. And also using wood windows, not going with clad windows, and using authentic wood windows. We also have an applique on the garage that's like a chevron in cedar that would be on the face of the garage as a decorative element. And the buttresses are still there because I think it really makes a softer elevation as you drive up to the garage. And I think it actually helps on the other side too. The drop off is extreme at the back end of the house. The 19-foot height you can see is a minimum amount of the garage. The majority of the linear footage of the garage is between 13 and 15 feet high. And then it drops off in the back, especially if you look at the south elevation, how that corner drops off, and you can see how it's fairly flat before that. I think that looking back at it, we've done a better job of siding the garage and we've reduced the size of it. And those were all things that the board had talked about, was trying to minimize the footprint of this garage. I don't think it has any impact on the historic structure. And God, I just got right into the presentation, but you know what I forgot to say is I hope everyone's healthy and safe. It's just a strange time right now.
Yeah, it really is.
But
Eric?
anyway, I think we've gone to some extremes to make sure this will be an attractive garage and it doesn't take away from the integrity of the property nor impact the contributing status of the house or any other parts of the property. And I stand to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Eric, for your clarifying comments. And also thank you for showing the topography of the site. I think that was an issue that board members had last time. And I think it looks, and you've had an opportunity to redesign. I think it looks very nice personally. Member Guida.
Hi, Eric. Happy New Year. Thank you for addressing the grade issue from last time. I think this remains a really handsome garage that's complementary to the house. The question I have, and I see that, you know, there's not only the issue of the garage sticking out of the ground to a certain height, but you've lowered it by cutting in the driveway some 3 or 4 feet. What is the consequence of that on the neighbor's fence along that south property line? Are there similar retaining walls? Does their fence become super tall? Is there a fence there?
I think there's an edge along there that has a planted edge, and you know we don't get to the point of doing the driveway grading completely, but we know what we have to get down, and we're cutting 3 or 4 feet down. Mm-hmm. As far as the other side, you know, obviously there's stone all around the site. And if there was a need to do something on that side portion, it would be probably a stone edge, but we didn't show it. And I think it's because it drops off kind of, it's all weird terrain there because it's all different properties and they've all been landscaped differently. And that's a shared driveway that has caused a problem for years because if you park there in the driveway, you really block everyone to come into the whole property. And that's what this does solve. But as far as the answer along the edge, I can't exactly answer that. I think there may be a couple photographs that might show us looking down the driveway. And as I remember, I think there's an opportunity to do something along that edge. Maybe not, but let's see. Oh, was that? Well, I thought there was, yeah, right there. Maybe that or maybe the other one, but let's see.
Here's a good one.
I can't really tell from there.
Here's a good one.
I know it's only impacting it for that length that we increased the driveway, and I have to come off that edge anyway because I can't impact their property.
Right. It's a dramatic drop, and I guess my only concern is that, you know, both in terms of access and in terms of doability, that you'd be able to drop that far. You're confident that can
Yeah,
happen.
I'm pretty confident without having a civil engineer or to, topography done of it, because this is based on city topography, and it is expensive to get topography. If you can find a surveyor that'll even do it now, it's really crazy out there, Anthony. I'm sure you've seen that.
Thank you.
Any other board members have questions or comments? It appears not, so I will ask for public comment at this time. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? Stephanie Bernardo.
Good evening, Stephanie Benato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I don't think that the fencing or landscaping should count, but I do think that the garage fits in with the rest of the property and that it is sufficiently back. I don't know what a standard height for a garage is. 15 feet seems kind of high, even 13 feet, but I don't drive big vehicles, so I don't really know what the standard height of a double cab truck is at this point. I do like the chevron design on the door. I think that's really very classically hand-on type Santa Fe detail. And I think that it is, I appreciate that they made changes to set it in a little bit more than it had been originally. Thank you.
Thank you. It appears that no one else from the public wishes to comment this time.
Yes, Member Rios, I just wanted to clarify one thing if I could.
Yes, Eric.
The garage door is 9 feet, not 19 feet high.
Right. Okay.
Because it was in the record, I think that it was 18 by 19. I'm going, I better correct that.
Yeah, that.
Thank you guys very much.
That is true. Thank you for catching that, Eric. I will entertain a motion at this time, please. Board members, motion, please. Member Beachside.
Thank you, Chair Rios. In case number 2020-2810 HDRB at 586 Camino del Monte Sol, I move to adopt staff's recommendation to approve the application as submitted and granting the additional 4 feet of height to account for sloping site.
Second, is there a second?
Wait a second.
Larson? Who seconded?
Guida?
Oh, Member Guida, roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you all very much. You have a good evening.
And you too, Eric. Thank you
I'll
very
see you later tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
We're going to move on to new business, and the first case under new business is located also on Camino del Monte Sol. That's 542. This is for a status review. The case number is 2020-2959, and this is Daniel's case. Daniel.
And Chair Rios, if I may, and Daniel, confirm that our applicant's here. I'm not sure I see Carlos Kinsey. Is there somebody else here in the attendees who's representing the?
Should be Carlos Kinsey.
Laura Chuck, I believe, is our property owner.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we've got the property owner present. I don't know if an agent for the applicant is.
Yes.
Yes. Or?
I'm here, Carlos Kinsey. I'm the architect.
Excellent. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. I just wanted to make sure before we proceed with the hearing.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay. So with that being said, Daniel, may we hear your report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 542 Camino del Monte Sol is a single-family residence listed as significant to the downtown and east side historic district. It is constructed in the Spanish Pueblo Revival style prior to 1928. A detailed history of the property is given in the attached HCPI. This case concerns the yard wall and garage associated with the property. Here you can see yard wall, and here is the garage. No changes are being proposed to the main house. The property is bordered by a yard wall along the street. A coyote fence separates the private drive from the house. Here again is a floor plan or a site plan. This is the street. Here's the yard wall. There's a coyote fence here and a garage. This is the wall. Here's the wall and the fence separating the driveway. The yard wall is over 50 years old, 75 feet long and between 4 and 5 feet in height. You can see here that it steps up. It is probably constructed of adobe. The garage is on the north side of the property, constructed in what is now the lot line. It appears to have been earlier a 2-bay garage. You can see here is a wall that's on the lot line, and here is another structure which adjoins it. Changes have altered it significantly, so the structure is now divided into 2 garages. This is the garage in question. This is in the neighboring house, in separate ownership along the lot line by a yard wall. The front east facade contains historic swinging doors that are below ground level. Here's the ground, and it goes down another foot or so. It's hard to tell because of the light. And these are in poor condition. The west facade has a single non-historic door, and the south facade has no openings. Here is a view from the south, or facing north east. This is the east and the south facades. It was significantly altered after 1978, compromising its overall historic integrity. It was mentioned as non-contributing in 2007, case H040. This status was not formally designated by the board, and the status designation, presumably done at that time by staff, was not done on the basis of a historical inventory. For this reason, the staff is requesting that historic status be revisited based on the newly completed HCPI. The applicant requests a status designation for the wall, coyote fence, and garage. A new HCPI was created this year, which recommended contributing status for the wall and non-contributing status for the garage, while not taking any position on the coyote fence. We do have some cases of designating a coyote fence with a status. For clarity, staff recommends that the historic status of the wall be designated as contributing and the garage maintained as non-contributing, and possibly also designating non-contributing for the coyote fence.
Okay, thank you
That's
for
my
your
report. Any questions? Thank you.
Daniel. I want to say that the detailed history report was very interesting. You know, because Will Schuster lived in the South for a short while, and it was interesting to hear about all the Cinco Pintores. And I wanted to share something very quickly with you. One of the Cinco Pintores painted my mom when she was about 9 years old, and my aunt, who was probably around 11. And this is Joseph Bacos. This is obviously not the painting. This is a photograph of the painting, which my mom's standing and my Aunt Tilly is sitting. And according to my mother, they lived on the Vargas Street. And she said that Joseph Bacos was a neighbor of theirs and would pay them 25 cents for a sitting. So I don't know how long it took him to paint this, but this was done around 1921. And eventually it went to the Gerald Peters Gallery, and someone bought the painting for $25,000 back quite a number of years ago, when the Peters Gallery was located there on Camino de Montesol. Anyway, I thought that was an interesting tidbit. Also, you know, Camino del Monte Sol used to be called, the first name for Camino del Monte Sol, does anybody know?
Telephone.
It was called Corral or Corral Road. And then it went to Telephone. And someone had told me it was Telegraph, but the report says Telephone. So I found that very interesting. And gracias that they finally gave it a proper name, Camino del Monte Sol, which is way more beautiful than a telephone road. And I know that you will all agree. Anyway, I found that I read every word of that little report, which is very interesting. In reference, going back to the application, Daniel, in reference to the garage. So that garage, what happened in 1978 that was changed in this garage? Do you know?
I believe that that's the point at where this lot was split, and what was originally a one structure with possibly two bays, I'm not sure exactly, was separated into two distinct structures.
Okay. Any other questions for Daniel at this time? Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daniel, looking at the garage, I see what we're supposed to be dealing with, which is the exterior. And I was wondering, what about that doesn't look totally original and as it was and has been for 50 years?
Well, for one thing, there was not a wall here 50 years ago.
Yeah, but at the garage.
So yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. It's hard to know exactly if what the relationship between these two were, whether they were two doors next to one another. It's somewhat unclear. There's not a lot of documentation. My personal sense is that this maintains actually it's as it stands, its appearance as it probably was back then. Although the doors are in bad condition and have been reinforced, but most likely the doors are historic.
Yeah, I mean, my sense is that, old wooden doors, sometimes you got to rebuild them. That's the nature of the animal. But to me, it looks completely original. And the fact that the doors are lower, you can just see all those stones piled up. It obviously hadn't been used for a garage for years, and just a very small amount of excavation would have you able to use it if they wanted to. They clearly don't. So I was puzzled by the recommendation to not have that contributing with the east facade here as primary.
Thank you, Member Katz.
I would like to make one other comment, which is my great compliments to whoever did these exhibits. I mean, I think that view of the garage with that sort of carrot-looking thing showing you what the view is just extraordinarily helpful to us. And I really appreciate it. Job well done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Member Katz. Member Beachside.
Thank you. Yeah, just to follow on to what Frank said, I understood from the HICP report that the significant alterations to the garage occurred on the northern portion, which is the neighbors, and at the south, the report actually says that it still communicates its original function as a garage, but that it's incomplete because of what's happened on the northern half. And I'm just wondering for clarification, if we were to give this a status, are we statusing just this owner's property, or is this still considered a single structure, half belonging to one property owner and the other half to the neighbor?
I believe legally we're not allowed to make decisions on a neighboring property without the consent of the owner. So referring to only this portion.
So effectively, we're only considering the southern half of the original garage.
That's the legal limitation.
Okay, thank you. And then just one other question about the status of the wall. Is the recommendation including the gate?
I did not make a specific recommendation. I believe that the gate is not historic. I seem to remember there's a photo of a different gate.
Yes, that was pointed out in the report that there were sort of 10 slats in the original gate, and this one has 7.
This is the original gate is a different, I mean, the 1983 gate you can see is different than the current gate.
Oh, okay, so definitely not historic then, but reminiscent of the original.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had much the same set of questions as Member Beachside and Member Katz on the garage. I just wanted clarification. Is the only reason it's not being recommended for contributing status the fact that the north half of it, which is not on this property, may have changed? Is that the only reason?
Well, I will try to be clear in my process in this, which is that we had hired a historian, John Murphy, who made a particular recommendation. I will say he has a lot more experience in this matter than I do. His sense is that the overall integrity of what was once a single structure has been compromised. My personal leaning is somewhat different, but my personal leaning is to say that this has integrity in and of itself. And so I think that personally there is a strong argument for saying that this should be contributing, even though the overall structure has lost its overall integrity. I just want to step gently when, without giving conflicting messages, which we're now doing, comparing the view of the cultural inventory with my personal view.
Okay, I understand. And I did understand that your recommendation was based on the report. I could see that. I was just trying to clarify whether that was what your understanding of the reasoning was of the report, that the reason it didn't have integrity was solely due to the north half no longer being part of the structure. Is that your understanding? Okay, because otherwise it looks, you'd have to say it's indisputable that it contributes to the character of the street and the streetscape, right? I mean, it clearly does. It's extremely visible from Camino del Monte Sol. It's very striking. It's historic. And it has very important historical connotations as well. And this part of it, at least, seems to have integrity.
I think you can say it's a record of its time and place, even though fractured from its second half.
Right. Okay. Well, and I do understand and appreciate the concept of the overall structure having lost integrity in some sense by virtue of having been split apart. Do we know what the northern half is at this point in time?
I believe it. Oh, sorry. I believe it's also a garage, but I am not sure. It looks like there's a gate, a pedestrian gate here, so that possibly this has a different function. I don't know right now.
So it's possible that the northern half actually has its own integrity, except for the fact that it's been separated from the southern half as well.
Could I make some comments? I'm the architect.
Oh, well, we're going to have time to give, obviously,
Okay.
we're going to have a lot of time to make your comments, but Mr. Benvenue, go ahead and finish your.
I was just wondering if, and maybe, I don't know if Daniel knows this, but it's at least possible that the northern half of the garage still has its own historic integrity, other than the fact that it's been separated by the lot line.
I'm not.
We just don't.
I'm
We
not.
just don't know. In other words, sounds like.
No, I'm not intimate with that property, so I can't.
Okay.
With any.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Benvenue. Nicole, did you have something? You had your hand up? Nicole? Maybe
Can
not.
you hear me now?
Nicole, did you have your hand up? You're muted.
Okay, now I'm not muted. I think I got confused here. I was just going to offer to show you the Google Street View, but it is the case that the next door property isn't being reviewed. So, but if you'd like to see Google Street and get a better sense of the context, I can put that up.
I would say not at this time personally, because we are not reviewing that portion of the property. We are just reviewing what is 542 Camino de Montesola, not the neighboring property. So at this time, I'm going to ask that the applicant or applicants get sworn in. And thank you, Nicole. And who are the applicants?
Hi, this is Carlos Kinsey. I'm the architect and the applicant, and I'm with the owner, Laura Chalk, as well.
Okay, would both of you get sworn in, please, by Melissa?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Do you both swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies that you are about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do. Thank you. And when you speak, please state your name and address for the record.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Which one of you is going to speak first?
I'm Carlos Kinsey, and my address is 3600 Rios Road, Unit 205, Santa Fe, 87507.
Okay, Mr. Kinsey, what do you have to tell us about this project? And do you agree or disagree with the recommendations of staff?
I believe we agree with the recommendation of the street yard wall as being contributing, but the garage, we also agree with that recommendation that it would be non-contributing. And the point is well taken that we're not reviewing the other property. However, as part of the HCPI, I believe it's page 20 and 21 in that HCPI, there are some aerial photographs from 1958 and 1966, and they show the garage as a whole. And I think it should be considered as a whole. And the fact that the north half no longer functions as a garage, in fact, it's the entry to the house next door. So it no longer serves the function, the appearance of the original whole complete structure. So this structure has been pretty heavily altered. And at some point it was allowed to be so altered as to not be recognizable. And I assume that was with board approval. And then as recently as 2007, it was also considered non-contributing by the H board review. So I see this more as something that's been heavily bastardized and is not something that appears to be historically whole. And you can see, I mean, there's a motion detector light, and yeah, the garage doors may or may not be historic. I don't know that, but I don't know that they have architectural, there's nothing unique about them. It's not like there's a feature that's a part of those doors that is a standout that says, oh, there's a unique feature here. It's some vertical boards, and the garage doesn't currently serve the function that it was intended to. And we don't know if the original structure, because we don't have a street view from 1958 or 1966 that shows one big door. So we don't know if this was then broken into two separate doors. So without a lot of information with a structure that's clearly been heavily altered, I don't know that we can say with certainty that this is, an incredibly valuable and historic contributing facade. But again, that's up for you to decide.
Thank you for your comments. Does the other applicant wish to say anything at this time?
No, thank you. I think my architect agent was able to convey everything that I needed conveyed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if board members have any questions for you, for either one of you, Mr. Kinsey. Board members, do you have any questions for the applicant? Or any comments? Okay, it appears I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to take it to the public. Anyone from the public wishing to comment at this time? And I see Stephanie Benato has her hands up, and so does John Eddie. Stephanie, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Stephanie Benato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe 87504. I agree with the board members who find that this is a contributing facade on the garage. I think that the fact that the building was split in half doesn't take away from this facade's contribution to the streetscape, to the harmony of the house, to the historic pattern of setting back garages in this manner, that kind of thing. And so I think that the board should consider making it contributing with this facade primary. And I do agree with the recommendation to make the wall contributing. Not sure really about the coyote fencing. And really, I think there needs to be a little more discussion about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Eddie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Eddie, I don't think I've been sworn in.
Thanks, John.
Mr. Eddie, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Eddie. My address is 227 East Palace Avenue, Santa Fe 87501. I would simply echo what Ms. Benato has said about her feelings of the status. I agree that both the wall and the existing garage should remain or should be statused as contributing. It's very unfortunate that that facade of that garage, as the applicant has said, has been bastardized over time. And contributing status will help to protect what's left of the historic integrity of that facade from being any further altered than it is. That section of the Camino has taken a really big hit lately in the last 15 years or 20 years. And a lot of the streetscape has been altered to the point where someone like me who actually grew up on that street, portions of it have become unrecognizable, which is really unfortunate. So contributing status really helps to preserve what we do still have, the remnants of original integrity of that street. So I encourage that classification to take hold. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eddie. Okay, those were the only two persons that wanted to comment and under public comment. Member Larson.
I just wanted to say that prior to hearing some of the public comments, I was in agreement with the historian in saying that this really doesn't have much integrity, but it really helps to hear what the public have to say, especially because we're not able to see the streetscape in person. So I do agree that we should try and capture what we do have left. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So board members, if you have nothing further to say or to ask, I will entertain a motion in reference to this case. Please address the wall, the garage, the status, and the fence. Outspoken members? Member Katz.
Okay, I'll give it a whirl. In case number 2020-002959 at 542 Camino del Monte Sol, I would move to designate the wall, the garage, both as contributing. I would designate the east facade of the garage as primary. I would leave the fence as non-contributing and recognize that the gate is not historic. Was there something else I was supposed to say?
I think that's it. Member Beachside, good motion.
I'll second the motion and maybe just add for the record that the HICP report with respect to the coyote fence, so the data is unknown, but the few nails that are observable are not a historic vintage.
Thank you. Member Benvenu?
Just a point of clarification, the staff recommendation was that no status be designated for the coyote fence, and I'm just, for my own benefit, is that the same as saying it's non-contributing, or is that different?
No, he's actually saying non-contributing and knows, okay, if something has no status, it's up for consideration for status. And now Member Katz is saying non-contributing for the coyote fence.
Okay, and that was, okay, so that's not what staff recommended, but that's what the motion is then.
Yes.
I thought that was consistent actually with staff's recommendation with regard to the coyote fence. I don't know if we want to ask Daniel to confirm that.
I would like a clarification. I just don't know if there's a distinction between no status being designated on the one hand and non-designation as non-contributing on the other.
To me, there is.
My understanding is that there is a difference.
Yes.
Originally, I had in the report followed the HCPI recommendation that there be no status designated, but I learned since then that there have been examples of coyote fences which are statused, although given the nature of their ephemerality, I think it's not common to designate a status to a coyote fence.
Okay, so unless there's further comment on that, I would seek a friendly amendment to the motion to have the coyote fence have no that its status, there be no status designated for the coyote fence.
Member Katz, do you accept that?
It seems to me that there are a number of structures within the districts that don't have status because we haven't either gotten around to it or there hasn't been any need to it. My sense is that looking at the coyote fence and the HICP report did not want to make it contributing. We have looked at it to say no status is sort of like, well, we couldn't decide or didn't want to decide or something. And I think it's fair to the owner if to get a status to say, yes, it's historical, or no, it's not historical, not contributing, maybe old, but not contributing. So in light of the fact that we had considered it was the basis for my saying that it's non-contributing. But I don't know if I don't want to get hung up on that.
All right, so, but you are not accepting Member Benvenue's amendment?
I would be more comfortable with more discussion about why wouldn't we give it a status, having looked at it. Is it just that we don't want to decide that now? We want to sort of leave it open, or what's the reason for not giving it a status?
No, I will open it to hear from other members, but if you want to hear my opinion, I think that you do need, this is up for giving it a designation this evening. And it's up for review. I think from my point of view, it's important to give it a status, a historic status. Is it contributing? Is it non-contributing? And I think that is beneficial to the owners as well. And I'll hear from anyone else. Member Guida.
Sure, yes, I would agree with you and Member Katz on that point, that we have the opportunity to make a decision tonight, and we should. I also question the value of statusing coyote, something as ephemeral as a coyote fence. That's just me personally.
Thank you. Member Benvedine, you have your hand up. Did you have something?
Oh, sorry. Well, I would just, I was just trying to defer to staff's recommendation. So I would just ask Daniel if there's any reason he thinks that, any reason behind that recommendation that he wants to put forth at this point in time.
Honestly, I was echoing myself the comment of the historian that he didn't take a position. I think that it is, on the other hand, helpful to designate a status so that it is clear.
Thank you.
In that case, I have no qualms whatsoever about the motion as originally phrased.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second, and we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Member Beachay,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Capps,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, and thank you, architect and applicant.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Yes. The next case is located at 463 Camino del Miguel. This is in reference to a demolition, and it's case 2020-002947. And it is Angela's case. Angela, can we hear your report, please?
Let's confirm that our applicant is present. Spears Horn Architects, agent for Kathy Campbell. Oh, I see you. Thank you. All set.
Okay, go ahead, Angela.
All set? Okay. .463 Camino del Miguel is a 1,700 square foot contributing territorial revival style residence located in the downtown and East Side Historic District. Approximately 175 square feet of the footprint is comprised in three portales. The residence was originally constructed between 1935 and 1945. It features an attached garage that has since been converted into a living space. And I might note that you have several more photos in the packet, which is public on PrimeGov. The applicant did not provide adequate images in a format that was able to be transmitted into this PowerPoint. The carport was constructed after 1980, which is evidenced by the 1980 Department of Transportation aerial photograph provided in your packet. The residence is listed as contributing to the downtown and East Side Historic District. Its west facade that you're looking at there was designated primary in a previous case in 2015. The applicant proposes the following changes and additions. Remove the existing non-historic carport. Construct a new 734 square foot casita and a 72 square foot portal and garage on the northwest portion of the lot. The casita style and trim details and color will match the main house, painted Benjamin Moore's super white. Casita will have a portal with dental coping to match the main house. The casita will be constructed to a height of 14 feet, where the maximum allowable height in this streetscape is 14 feet. The casita stucco will match that of the main house, El Rey Adobe. Remove non-historic 6 feet garden wall and gate north of the existing residence. And I could guide you to the photograph in your packet. If you look in the photographs, after the windows and the coping, the gate detail is in here. The front door is in here. And after the paving and the stucco, there's a picture of the existing garden wall and the gate that's being reused.
Angela, I can show the packet if you need it, just so you know.
Okay, thanks. You know, it might be worth that. Let's look at the pictures to orient ourselves better that are in the packet. I'm gonna wait to, should I stop sharing?
We need to see the elevations of the proposal.
Okay, I'll get to the elevations first. This is the proposed floor plan for the garage. And so these are the south elevations. So this is Camino Don Miguel. Johnny's Cash Market is located along Don Miguel on the other side of the street, the west side, just to orient you. And this is the existing, and this white, very white, noticeable carport is visible in the street. This is existing wall. The driveway is steep, comes up to the house, which is not on this particular elevation. And then the new proposed elevation would have this removed, carport, freestanding carport structure. And then this is the proposed casita with attached garage and the proposed wall that will connect to the house that exists. This is the south elevation and the proposed and the existing, showing the driveway. It's a similar elevation view. This is the west elevation. So from the street, existing carport, proposed casita. It's similar. This is also from the street. That's the existing home. And this is the proposed casita. And this is from the north side. So this shows again the steep incline up to the site, the existing carport. This would be the casita, the rear, and that's the main house. And this is the east elevation showing that portion of the carport and that east facade of the proposed casita, along with a section of 6 feet high coyote fence. There's a lot going on all of these drawings, so I hope you're able to make all of that out in the packet. So now we could go to the packet that Nicole will share on screen, so you can see more photos of the site.
You see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Angela?
Great. Thank you. So this is the view from the street that's probably most familiar to you. You see that freestanding carport with the above deck. It's painted white. Can we go to the next photo? That's the view looking south up the street, and it's on the left. Next photo, please. That's the entrance to the house. And the next photo. That is a picture of the carport looking west. And are there others? Okay, that's There's the carport with its deck in full view. The next picture is the window styling for the casita to match the existing of the house. Similar to the casement window. Double hung, single hung. This shows the detail of the denticulated, I guess, territorial trim. That is, the next is the existing gate. It's just going to be moved. The door will match that of the house. This is the house existing door. The casita door will match this. That is a height calculation. And I'm going to complete reading my report. They plan to remove an adjacent asphalt drive, construct a new garden wall to a height of 6 feet, and reuse the existing gate, add flagstone to the paving, add paving to the driveway. Existing fence and wall at the street will remain. And the applicant requests demolition of a non-historic structure. The standards for demolition in the historic district are presented along with staff responses. And so you also have in your packet a report from the building inspector, which is required for demolition considerations. The carport structure is not of historic importance because it was constructed after 1980 per the aerial photography in the packet. And the carport structure is on the western street front, but doesn't uniquely contribute to the identity of its surroundings. And it will be replaced by the new casita and placed in this an improvement over the street front that already exists. Staff agrees with this. The state of the carport structure is stable and staff acknowledged that. Staff finds that the application complies with 14-3.14, the demolition of historic and landmark structure. Staff also finds the application complies with the general design standards for all H districts and the downtown and east side design standards. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Angela. So Angela, the casita obviously will be viewed from the west side, and that will be at 14 feet. What is the height of the existing house?
I don't have the answer to that.
Okay, we can ask the applicant, do you know if it's higher or lower? The
Well,
proposed.
it is on a slope, so the house would probably appear a little higher, but the applicant can clarify that.
You are saying that the existing house is higher?
No, I think it might appear higher because it's on that slope. It's, it's.
Okay, that's a question that I will ask the applicant. And can you tell us again where the 6-foot new garden wall will be? And what's the length of that?
So if we could go to a picture in the packet. We could go to the picture in the packet that shows the existing gate. It's just the gate. That's the existing gate. That is the garden wall that you see that's existing, and that is 6 feet tall already. And the garden wall that they're proposing is it's basically moving this yard wall towards the garage so that it connects with the garage. Same 6 feet high adobe style wall with that gate.
Thank you. Member Beachside, do you have a question?
Yes, just one question. Is the garage door publicly visible, and do we know what the materials of construction are for the door?
It is publicly visible from probably the south and west of from the driveway from the street. And again, the applicant will need to provide answers to what kind of garage door style they have chosen.
Anything else, Member Beachside? Not at this time. Any other questions, board members? It appears not at this time, so let's get the applicant or applicants sworn in, please.
Hello, Madam Chair and Board. This is James Horn.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
James Horn, 1334 Pacheco Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. What do you have to tell us about this project?
Well, thank you for considering the project this evening. We've been asked to provide a new casita and garage, and we've respectfully looking at the existing house, which is built in the 30s and 40s, to harmonize with that. And the carport that is there now is pretty much non-functioning or usable by the client. So this will be a much more usable building form for her, and the sort of expanded garden in the back. The existing house is territorial, but then it has sort of detailed window areas. It has a pitched roof, so it has a varied height to it, but it is up on higher ground than the casita. So I think perceptually it is higher than the casita. But there's a small building in the back, the sort of appendage on the back that has parapeted roof. So we're sort of playing off of that with parapeted roofs and doing the territorial detailing on the windows that are exposed under the portal. They're more framed, and these would all be constructed of wood, painted wood. It's the plan to match what the house is.
Mr. Horn, did I hear you say that the existing house has a pitched roof?
Yes, it does. It sort of is higher down the middle, and then it slopes to the back and the front. It's pretty subtle. But.
Okay, but the proposed casita is going to have a flat roof, is that correct?
Right, parapets.
Okay, and you indicated that it's lower than the existing house.
Right.
Okay, and okay, let's see if other board members have questions for you or comments. Any questions for Mr. Horn, board members? Member Katz?
Yes, has there been any communication with the next door neighbor who is going to suddenly have a large wall right in front of the window of their house?
Well, I know the client is in communication with the neighbor. Specifics I don't know, but she's in communication. One thing we're doing is they built on the property line, so in order to build where we are, that's going to be a firewall. That's why there's it's a large mass.
That's why it's a large mass.
There's no windows on the backside.
No windows. Yeah, it's all wall.
Yeah,
that makes sense. That makes total sense. Thank you.
Member Guida?
Thank you, Chair Rios. Hi, James. Thank you for this presentation. The drawings are super clear. It's a very straightforward project. I think the sensibility, the design sensibility for the casita is terrific. Mostly, I want to thank you and your client for replacing that carport. I think, whether it went before the board at some point in the past or not, it's probably one of the worst outcomes in the historic district. This structure that has dental moldings on a carport and along the stair stringers and all that. So I'm happy to see this as a replacement. for what's there.
Thank you for your comments, Member Guida. Any other comments, board members at this time? Or questions? It appears not. I will open it for public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? Stephen Belly, you have the floor.
I think I need to be sworn in.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Please swear him in.
Mr. Belli, you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Stephen Belli, 449 Camino Don Miguel. So I live a few doors away from this project, and I walk and drive past the house all the time. And I just wanted to call in as a neighbor and offer my support for the project. I feel it'll make a good addition to the neighborhood and is appropriate for the streetscape. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. Stephanie Benenato. Stephanie, you've been sworn in and you have the floor.
My fault. Sorry, I was a little slow. You should be good to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I too think that this project is a great improvement on what is there. I see the value in having it be the same as the main house, but I wonder if it's a little elaborate for such a small structure is my only comment on that. But again, just a great improvement, I think, for the streetscape and also for the lot itself.
Thank you. John Eddy, you have also been sworn in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to add my voice in support of this design. I am not going to bemoan the loss of the curiosity of the carport, as has been beautifully described by board member Guida. We're not going to miss that. And in turn, we end up with a really beautiful, flattering design, I believe, on Camino Don Miguel, which is going to enhance the streetscape. I'm very grateful that the architect has seen to stick with the embellishments of the territorial trim on doors and windows where possible. And I especially want to commend the owner that the details on this house were really beautifully done at the time. And I'm grateful that they're being honored and celebrated the way they are. And just as a parting note to the architect, I hope his family's bees are healthy and his family is healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy. And there are no other people with a raised hand for public comment, so I will take it back to the board and I will entertain a motion at this time. Member Benvenu.
I'll make a motion. I agree. This is a enormous improvement. It's a beautiful project, and what's there right now is really an eyesore. So with that, I would move in case number 2020-002947-463 Camino Don Miguel, that the application be approved as complying with all general design standards for the H districts and downtown and east side design standards. And further, that the prerequisites of the code for demolition in the historic district have been met. Specifically, we find that the structures that is being demolished is not of historical importance, and the structure which is being demolished is not an essential part of the streetscape. And in fact, that the streetscape will be enhanced by the proposed replacement structure. And I would further find that the third element of that code section, the state of repair and structural stability of the structure under consideration, is found to be stable, but that factor is outweighed by the other two.
Thank you. Is there a second to this motion?
Guido will second.
Yes, and I was going to ask you if you would consider making the latia fencing uneven latias. Member Benvenu?
Yes.
If that would be.
Amendment accepted.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beechey,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you, Mr. Horn, and good luck on your project.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
You as well. And now we're moving on to the next case on the agenda, which is located at 105 Calle La Peña. This is case 2020-00-2960. This is for a historic status review. And Daniel, may we hear from you?
That is the applicant. Let's see, Mark.
Mark Natkin should be the applicant.
Found him. Okay, he's here. Thanks so much.
105 Calle La Peña is a single-family structure with contributing status to the downtown and east side historic district. Here is the Sequia Madre. This is Abeta Street. And at the end of Abeta is Calle La Peña. At the end of that is the property. The structure was constructed in 1938 and is identified on a 1991 HCPI as contributing. It is constructed of adobe in a Spanish Pueblo Revival style with a small portal here on the northeast corner. This northeast corner is the original part of the structure, this part of the structure here, with an addition having been made here on the south. Here again, the original structure and the addition. This is the original structure before it was rehabilitated in case H0192 from 2001. The board approved this structure's rehabilitation and construction of addition on the southwest elevation. That was this addition. The windows on the south and east elevations were to be rehabilitated. That's these windows in particular. A recent inspection of the structure determined that there were no historical material, that there was none visible. The windows appear to be newly constructed wood frames with double panes. In addition, the structure was re-stuccoed, the northeast portal was rebuilt, window lintels replaced, and the roof replaced. Just to show you some details, this is the original light portal construction. The rehabilitation included raising of the parapet. You can see here is a lower parapet. Here there's no parapet, and in the rehabilitated house there's a significant parapet above the portal, which you can also see here. These are the windows that were required to be repaired as historic windows or rehabilitated. They were essentially replaced with new wood windows, new lintels, so that no historic material remains. While the structure retains its historic opening dimensions, you can see here the dimensions are maintained. The general appearance, it seems to be absent of historic material. This window was allowed to be replaced. This is the rear south portion with the non-historic addition. So in section 14-5.2C1 of the Santa Fe Municipal Code, it states that each structure is intended to be recognized as a physical record of its time and place, and the distinctive features, finishes, and construction techniques or examples of craftsmanship that characterize a structure shall be preserved. In addition, 14-5.2D1 states that the status of a contributing building is preserved in part through its retention of historic material. In this case, staff finds that essentially all visible historic material has been removed and that no examples of construction techniques or craftsmanship from the historic structure remain, except perhaps invisibly in the form of adobe bricks below the stucco. In light of a 2001 rehabilitation, which failed to retain historic material, craftsmanship, or construction techniques, staff recommends that the historic status of the structure be downgraded to non-contributing. Staff recommends that the historic status be downgraded to non-contributing for section 14-5.2 C2. Should the board choose to retain the structure's contributing status, staff recommends that only the north portion of the east facade, that would be this historic portion, be designated as primary. That is my report, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. So Daniel, in 2001, the owners, the then owners were given direction on what to do with the home. And that obviously was not followed. Is that correct?
Well, rehabilitation is a little bit of a tricky word. I think that probably it was followed. You know, they probably had no choice but to replace the windows at that time. They were given permission to raise the parapets. But the result is a building that in my view is not, is no longer a historic structure or worthy of being contributing.
Okay, let me see if, thank you, Daniel. Let me see, Member Guida.
Thank you. Daniel, I'm struggling a bit with this. You know, I understand that this was a board-approved rehabilitation. I understand that the windows may not have been replaced as per the board's direction, but the argument for downgrading this seems to hinge on the age of details and materials that are still in their original configuration. I mean, by the same argument, any project where we're replacing materials on a contributing building would automatically be downgraded the day after the project was done. I'm really struggling with the argument for downgrading. I mean, like, most of this stuff is still here.
Thank you for your comments, Member Guida. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share Member Guida's concern. It seems to me that these people were specifically directed not to replace the windows and the stuff and the various other aspects of the house, and they did. And so we're going to reward them by making sure that they can tear it all down or do whatever the hell they want to do with it. And that does not sit well with me. I think that the main structure, the design, everything but these few details has been changed, and it's not ideal. I certainly recognize that, but I do think that it doesn't mean that it should be downgraded.
Thank you, Member Katz. Any other questions or comments in reference to this particular project, members? It appears Member Beachside.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I think one measure of whether or not a house could be considered contributing status is if the changes that were made are reversible. Like, could this be restored to a condition, in your opinion, Daniel, maybe that you think would reflect a contributing status? I think I tend to agree with, I mean, I'm usually like predisposed to preserve whatever is left of the building, but this one has really changed. And I think it's super unfortunate that the recommendation of the board wasn't followed. But and my question initially was, would this be reversible? But it doesn't appear so. But what is your opinion, Daniel?
Well, I do appreciate very much this discussion. I think that there needs to be thought about what is the role of historic material. Can a essentially reconstructed building be considered a contributing historic building? This building has lost a lot of historic material. And so my argument hinges on that. I'm not wedded to that argument, but that is the fact. Aside from the adobe structure underneath, we're looking at a new materials in a historic morphology or form. So my argument again hinges on the importance of historic material, but there are other parts to a contributing status, such as the contributing or the character defining features. I think that the character defining features have been somewhat degraded with the raising of the parapet that I showed somewhere. I think that this does change the feeling, the character of the house. It's no longer a kind of a simple structure. It's now a very kind of massive structure with a different feeling that in my opinion, compromises its historic integrity.
Thank you, Daniel. Anything further, Member Beechai?
Just a question about the footprint. Is the footprint on the facade that we're looking at, is the original footprint still intact?
Yes.
Okay, that was going to be my question.
Aside from this wall, this is just a low yard wall in the front.
Thank you. Any other questions for Daniel at this time? Okay, I will open it to the applicant or applicants. Please get them sworn in. And who is the applicant?
Okay.
The applicant is Mark Natkin.
Yes.
And Mark, there he is. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
Do you swear under the penalty, sir? I want to
Go
swear
ahead.
you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good evening,
Thank you.
Mr.
Please state
Natkin.
your name and address. Please state your
Mark
name and address
Natkin.
for the record.
Yes, Mark Nacton, 1305 Lujan Street, 87505. Just to be fair to my clients, they bought the house this way. When it was renovated, I don't know the folks that might have broken any rules when they got their previous approvals from historic. And the point of this meeting is to establish whether it is contributing or non-contributing anymore. It will in the future probably be helpful to us if it wasn't contributing, just because there is some consideration in the future to do some work to the front of the house. But the point today is just to establish whether or not it's contributing.
Thank you. And you feel that it should not be contributing. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, in person, when you're walking there, walking around the building, it just doesn't have any kind of a sense of history or old feeling anymore. I know that's just emotional, and it really doesn't affect the neighborhood in much of a way, because I don't know if you guys are doing site visits these days anymore or going around.
No, we are
No,
not.
but this is at the end of a cul-de-sac, and you have to sort of strategically place yourself to be able to see this house. It's tucked back, and some of the photographs kind of suggest that if you look at them. And I'm not trying to say that because it's invisible it changes anything. I'm just saying that the only part of the house that's still old is hidden by that wall and all those trees now, and they certainly don't want to get rid of those trees. They love them. And then we're going to move on from this point to the next meeting to discuss an addition in the back of the house. So we're not even talking about altering the front of the house right now.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if any board members have questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
Board members, any questions for the applicant? Member Katz?
Yeah, the portion that is at issue as to whether it should keep the house contributing is very visible from the street, isn't it? It's the only part of the house that's visible from the street, really.
Technically, you have to go, it's a gated property, so you have to be up against the gate to see it. It's a strange little neighborhood because a lot of the houses are kind of tucked back. This one is tucked back the furthest. And so it doesn't really have a street elevation per se. I mean, you'd have to go walk up tight to the gate to see it. Otherwise, if you're doing a circle in your car, you would never even notice that house back there pretty much. I don't know if you can zoom in on that image, but you'll see the cul-de-sac. So.
Well, there's the picture with the gate. Okay.
Right.
Quite visible, I would say.
Yeah, without being able to stand out there, it's really hard to describe.
Well, doesn't that picture accurately reflect what it would be like to be standing not right up against the gate, but back on the street?
Yes. Yeah, that's what you see basically, which is the to the right of that vehicle there is the front entrance to the house.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant members at this time? Okay, it appears not. I will open it for public discussion. Anyone from the public wishing to comment on this particular case? Stephanie Benanato.
Good evening, Stephanie Benanato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe 87504. I don't think that the failure to retain the windows or door necessarily makes it non-contributing, because there's oftentimes where the windows have been replaced and it still retains contributing status. And again, you're allowed to maintain the structure. It could have been that somewhere along the way they found out they couldn't keep the windows. They got staff permission to replace them. It's hard to know at this point because the records probably weren't very well kept. I think that of course it is visible from a publicly visible. I think the bigger change in the question that raises the status downgrade for me is the addition of the parapet and also whether the beam or header over the windows is more or less the same height as it was existing. So I think the difference in proportion is to me more problematic than the fact that the windows have been replaced. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public wishing to comment? It appears not. I will take it back to the board and I will entertain a motion at this time. Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case 2020-002960-105 Calle La Pena, I move that the board retain the structure's contributing status with the east facade as primary and excluding the portal and excluding the non-historic addition.
Is there a second to this motion? Member Larson.
Larson will second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And we will move on to the next case, which is at the same address. And it's also Daniel's case, and it's case 2020-002984.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 105 Calle La Pena is a single-family structure with a contributing status to the Downtown and East Side Historic District. The structure was constructed in 1938 and is identified as contributing. The applicant now proposes to construct a 465 square foot addition. Here's the original structure Here is the proposed addition. On the non-publicly visible west facade of the house, it will match the existing house color, a tinted El Rey buckskin, and a window manufacturer with the same manufacturer and color. The windows will have divided lights or meet the window design requirements of the district. It will be constructed to a height of 12 feet, 0 inches. The maximum allowable height is 15 feet, 6 inches. The wood stain is a light tan that will also be matched as we saw in the original house. So here are the elevations. This is the existing west elevation and the proposed addition, and the south elevation with the addition. Here you can see a photo of the rear of the property with the proposed location of the addition. And from the other side, from the north, the addition will be in this area. That's the color. That is my report. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2 D and E. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, would you take it to the elevation of the, I think it's south? Let me see. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, the proposed south elevation. Are those doors or windows that are not divided?
Those, I believe, are doors. I would ask a clarification from the
They're
architect.
doors and they are not publicly visible?
No, they're not.
Okay, and since they are not publicly visible, they are allowed to be not divided, is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
I think that's what I have been hearing.
That is correct. That is correct.
Is that Nicole?
Yes.
Thank you. Also, in reference to this particular project, I believe we had a letter from a neighbor that had some concerns. And are you familiar with that letter?
I have not reviewed the letter. No.
You haven't reviewed. Nicole, are you familiar with that letter?
I did look it over today and I can put it up.
Well, what I was going to ask you is, can you read under concerns, our concerns, and answer the question if this board has jurisdiction over the concerns that are being expressed in that letter?
Okay, give me just one moment.
Or that can also be directed to Attorney Paez.
Are you pulling it up, Nicole?
Yeah.
I also reviewed it today, but looks like Nicole's
there's a lot
quicker to the punchline perhaps at this point.
Let me just get over here into the Prime Gov. It's just taking a minute here. Almost there. Okay. Our concerns. The property behind the wall is shown by photographs attached to the applicant's materials to the board is undeveloped land with native vegetation. See pages 169 and 170 of the submitted materials. Construction will remove 465 square feet of ground that would otherwise be available for surface water infiltration. Also, we have no idea how surface water will flow from the roof of the addition. We are aware that when our property was developed in 2005, 2006, the city required the owners to install a system to assure that no rainwater or surface flows left to the property. Given the state of the wall and the potential for greater surface of groundwater flows toward the wall, we want assurance that appropriate steps are taken to protect the integrity of the retaining wall during construction and subsequent occupancy. We also expect that the operators of heavy equipment to work in a way that will cause no physical damage to the wall. Finally, we wish to point out that none of the walls or materials submitted by applicants show the presence of exterior equipment such as air conditioners, whether roof mounted or wall mounted. We assume that none is intended. If that is not the case, and if the equipment is intended to be installed next to our property, we wish to be informed immediately. Unlike other properties near the subject property, we live in ours year round. Okay, and so to break this down, the vegetation and the groundwater issues are not within the purview of the board. The city does have rules on construction and how construction has to be managed, and that's managed through the permitting process. The PZR addresses kind of generally the ability of the project to be permitted and approved. And then in regard to the air conditioners, those would need to come to the Historic Preservation Division for approval prior to being approved. However, the location in terms of the proximity to the next neighboring property wouldn't necessarily mean that it wouldn't be approved. And so that would really be between the neighbors to communicate effectively with each other regarding where those units might be located if there's an intention to place them. Does that answer all the questions? Yeah.
So actually, from what you just stated, the board actually has a purview over any equipment, exterior equipment, and where that is going to be placed. That, and I mean, we've discussed retaining walls, but we really don't have any purview over the damage to that wall, correct?
Correct. I mean, there are maintenance requirements in 14-5.2b, but no, there really isn't any way to trigger that unless it's designated as a historic structure and it's not being maintained in a way that's appropriate.
Okay, and no purview over native vegetation?
No.
And removing of surface groundwater?
No, in terms of like the flow from the roof, so that is regulated, and that's part of what the preliminary zoning review is intended to look at, is to make sure that the project can be permitted and that there's not going to be drainage issues. And then more closely, that would be looked at, the drainage issues and the slope of the roof and all those things would be looked at the point that the project's being permitted.
Thank you, Nicole. Board members, do you have questions of Daniel at this time in reference to the project? It appears that they do not, and the applicant has already been sworn in. Applicant, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we certainly
Okay.
can. And do you want to comment in reference to this particular part of the project?
Sure, I can give that letter some peace of mind too, because by code, once this goes in for permitting, we have to provide either ponding or cisterns to capture water. That water will not make its way to the neighbor's house. The other issue being, you mentioned the divided lights on the French doors. We're just trying to match the existing French doors in the back of the house. So it was never really an issue whether we had divided lights or not. We just wanted to match what's already there. Otherwise,
non-divided?
I'm sorry?
Which is non-divided light?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
One thing that historic never gets to see is the inside of these homes. This house has been converted to be very, very contemporary on the inside. If you were inside this house, you would never suspect that it was an old house. So the idea of having no divided lights on the back kind of is in synchronicity with the interiors of the house. That's why we're proposing that. Otherwise, this project had morphed. About 3 years ago, we got approval to build a casita exactly in the same location where we're building this addition. So now, as opposed to being a casita, we're physically attaching this because the the owners of the house are moving here permanently. In fact, they are here permanently now. It used to be a vacation home for them. So once again, to alleviate the neighbors' concerns, they will be full-time residences from here on out. And that's about all I can say.
Yeah, are you proposing any equipment on the house, any air conditioning units, anything on the roof that is?
Well, we discussed mini splits. We use those a lot in the historic neighborhoods because they're very low impact. The actual condenser units are very small and they go on the ground, so they're not visible on the roof. And anything that's probably the only thing that you would see from the outside of the house. And naturally, we paint anything out to match the stucco so that it kind of just goes away.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if other board members have questions or comments. Any questions or comments, board members? They are silent, so I will go to public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? Bob Davis, are you the one that had, yes. Bob Davis, would you get sworn in, please?
Mr. Davis, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Robert Davis. My wife, Suzanne, and I, who was a co-signer of the letter, live at 413 Sesoya Lane, Santa Fe, 87505. I go by Bob, and I believe that's what it shows, at least at the top of Zoom. I thought, let me start saying that we're relatively new here to Santa Fe. We've been in the house at 413 for just over 2.5 years. So in trying to determine what the letter that I received 3 weeks ago meant, I spoke yesterday with Lonnie McCullough, and she helped me through what needed to be done. I mentioned this problem with the wall and the concern that we would like to know and perhaps receive assurances that the construction slated in this application would not end up with part of the property on our property coming down on our property or the neighboring's property. Now, I'm here to speak only on my property and not to the neighbors.
Different
To the neighbors, but the wall concern, which appears to be very old, is not in great repair, particularly to the south of our property. I believe the wall sits on the applicant's property, as near as I can tell from surveys that were done when we took possession. And so I submitted the letter in question. If it is not appropriate for consideration today, I apologize, but I wanted to make our concerns known to the board at this time. That's where we are. And if jurisdiction lies elsewhere, I guess when appropriate, I will again renew them to assure that we don't find their property in our yard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your understanding. And I'll ask the applicant, I'll give him a little bit of time to respond. Just because you took the time to be here this evening, whether it's under our jurisdiction or not.
All I can say at this point is typically when we do construction projects, we respect the neighbors, and the contractor will oftentimes reach out to the neighbors to let them know of significant stages of construction that may be of concern to people. But this is a very low impact addition that will not physically change the the way the property drains, or there should be no impact to any of the neighbors. And we're not even close to the property line in this case. So.
Okay, thank you for your response, and I hope that satisfies you a bit, Mr. Davis. And we'll go on to another person that has public comment. Mr. Davis, did you have something?
I just want to say, we look forward to hearing from the applicants or the representative. As I said, we are concerned about flows downgrade, which is the direction and towards our house, which would be the normal direction of flow. In any event, again, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stephanie Benenato. Stephanie, did you have something to say? You had your hand up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Just took a second to get unmuted. Stephanie Benenato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe 87504. I guess I don't understand exactly how far away from the wall this is, but there are drainage plans that are required when the submittal of the permit or the permit plans go in. So the neighbor could find out more at that time, but I would hope that the architect and owner would actually communicate with the neighbor just to keep them informed, because I think lack of information produces anxiety. For me, I understand that mini splits are very popular and that they have a low visual impact, generally speaking, although I did see one, I think it was on Burger Street, that was like in the front yard and quite visible. But they also do produce noise. And I don't think that people are aware, especially on quiet nights or the quiet time of the night, how much noise does travel, and how even in a subconscious way it can be disturbing, and how important sleep, especially REM sleep, is. So I always hope that when people do put in these mini splits, that they figure out some way of sort of containing the noise, possibly by putting low fencing or something like that around them. Thank you.
Thank you. And no one else from the public has a hand up, and Member Guida has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes, please do.
Okay, so in case 2020-00298 for HDRB 105 Calle La Pena, I move that the board approve this project, finding that it agrees with staff and meets all of the requirements for a project in this historic district.
Thank you. Member Katz.
Yes, I would second that motion.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachhead?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guido?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Melissa. Next case is located at 847 Old Santa Fe Trail. This is case 2020-002978. And this is Angela's report. Angela, you have the floor. May we hear your report, please?
Yes.
This has to do with the historic status review. Yes, Angela.
Right, 847 Old Santa Fe Trail. Okay, are you seeing it, or do I need to share my screen?
We're not seeing anything as far as anything from the packet.
Okay. Okay, how about now?
Almost. Now we are.
Coming. Okay. 847 Old Santa Fe Trail is a Spanish Pueblo revival style single-family residence built after 1946. The residence is designated as non-contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. Alterations to the house were made in 1996. A one-story addition was added to the east elevation, and associated renovation treatments were made. The addition matches the residence with divided light, double hung windows, and exposed lintels. The south elevation window opening was enlarged, and a 5-foot yard wall was added along the existing vehicular drive. All windows on the south, which is the east elevation, were replaced with vinyl divided light windows. The applicant requests a historic status review of the property. These are the photographs of the site. I put the ones from the cultural survey at the top because those are perhaps easier to see what's what. The bottom photograph in this slide is actually the front of the building. This is the house front, and the driveway's on this side. And then it actually continues. This is the eastern mass of the house facing the front elevation, and the back, and the addition referred to in my report was behind here. This is the rear of the house and somewhat of a montage. These are at this lower west elevation is the side of the house towards the driveway. And this is the east elevation, and the addition is on this side. This is the existing garage. This is the rear of the garage. Uh-oh, up in there. And this is also pictures of the house that show the garage's east elevation, which faces the house. And we didn't check to make sure our applicant is present. Is Christopher Purvis present?
He is.
Yes.
Hi, Chris. Okay, staff recommends retaining the structure's non-contributing status for 14-5.2 in the downtown and east side historic district. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Angela. Angela, portions of this house are 75 years old. Is there any portion of those of the 75-year-old house that remains intact?
Chair Rios, members of the board, I'm going to let the applicant speak to that because these are the drawings that were provided, and perhaps you can explain those with respect to that question.
Okay, well, let me see if members of the board have any questions for Angela at this time. I don't see any hands up, so Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The house is old enough, it's attractive enough. Why should it be non-contributing?
Member Katz, thank you for the question. I deliberated this a bit. It appears that it is intact. I went by the fact that the windows have all been replaced on the front south elevations, and that there has been a lot of change to the house in terms of increasing building footprint and additional outbuildings that have been added onto the property.
Do you know when the windows were replaced?
I do not know when the windows were replaced. When we visited the site together, we determined that they were vinyl windows.
Could they be 50 years old?
No.
Did they make those windows back then?
Pardon me?
Because they didn't make that kind of window back then? Is that why you were?
They look more newly installed, like within the last 10 years. But again, the applicant can speak to that.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's see. Let's get the applicant sworn in. please.
Mr. Purvis, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Purvis, 518 Old Santa Fe Trail.
Good. Chris, good evening.
Good
And
evening, Madam
hope you're
Chair.
doing well. Chris, can you answer some of these questions, such as what the original footprint of this house, what remains of that footprint?
If you go to the site plan, yeah, no, the next one, I think. The drawing below that. So Duty and Germanis put this addition on in the 90s. And so up until then, it looked to me like it was originally an H-shaped plan. And when you go inside, it looks H-shaped. You know, copying maybe something they'd seen somewhere else. And there's an addition that was done before Duty and Germanis that is right where you see the curved yard wall above it. Obviously, the asymmetry to the H seems like an addition. It seems like an addition from the inside because of the nature of the adobe wall. So I think that a piece that you see from the street, not including the addition, seems pretty intact in terms of adobe. Based on the conversation you just had over at Calle La Peña, it's most of the adobe is there. Somebody, my owners only had the house for about 5 years. When she got it, there was somebody had been doing work since the Duty and Germanis, because you can see their drawings show what looks like the older windows on the, we'll call it west elevation, and they're clearly not there now. And to try and answer Member Katz's question, the vinyl windows don't last that long. So I'm pretty clear that they're newer. I wouldn't say that I know that they're, they could be maybe 20 years, but they just didn't look that way. They look kind of in decent shape. They hadn't dried out at all, which vinyl does, especially on the west side. So I'm guessing it's definitely was a guess. There wasn't any records since the owner had purchased it from the person before. She didn't have contact with them and couldn't establish that. In the picture we're looking at right now, if you look at what's the west elevation, you see those doors with the divided lights. Those are the ones that we were very aware of having been changed. But when you look at the house from the front, it looks kind of like, with the exception of the addition, looks kind of like an old house. So that's why we're getting a status and figuring out the primary elevations before we do any work. My assumption was it was going to end up being contributing, because my association is the board says if the adobe's there, then it ends up being contributing, even if somebody's damaged the windows. And the particular windows in front are, if they've replaced them, they replaced them well. They look like they belong. The ones in the back do not look like they particularly belong in the house. And I have to apologize for the broken up nature of the pictures, but there's these huge pine trees that basically block the view of the house from the road, with the exception of where that one shot you can see from the driveway. So we end up kind of having to break it up, and looking at the north elevation, those elevations are very far apart. One's recessed deeply from the other. I hope that answers some of the questions.
Yeah, Chris, thank you for that. So you are saying in your estimation that the south elevation is the elevation that is the front elevation. It's the one that is most intact. Is that correct? And are there any other elevations that you would say are intact?
No. The west has had all those windows changed, and the east has an addition on it, and the south has had windows changed in a way that's not It's just not as historically compatible. But the front, you look at it and it looks kind of like an old house, including Duty and Germanis's addition. Even though it's forward and wouldn't be allowed today if those were primary, it is in keeping with that same elevation. But it couldn't, theirs can't be primary because it's new, but they made it compatible. They made the windows match.
Thank you, Chris. Member Beachside?
Thank you, Chair Rios. Chris, the 1967 aerial photograph shows the one-car garage. Can you talk to us about any alterations to that you know of?
Looks like they've added a little portal area on the east side. Other than that, it looks just like an old garage.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members, for Chris at this time? It appears not. I'll take it to the public. I'll open it to the public. Any comments or questions, public members? Stephanie Beninatto.
I agree with Mr. Purvis that I do think that the building is contributing, that there is enough of the historic material that is the wall material there. And if the openings have been retained, especially on the front, I do think that that should be the primary facade. Although I'm not sure that there aren't at least one other facade, but I think that one is the one that obviously is most publicly visible. And again, I think it should be contributing because I do think it creates harmony in the streetscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. No other people have their hands up for public comment. I'll take it back to the board. Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the previous board member comments that that there's a lot of integrity to this house. For me, and I would hope for the board that it would depend less on, the value of historic artifacts that are over 50 years old, but more about the idea of the form of this building being largely intact, having a great deal of integrity, windows aside, and representing an important part of the history of the city, as we have done elsewhere, where we have recognized mid-century buildings as a record of their time. I believe we did that last week. To Member Beachside's point, I think, along those lines, the garage is important. If we think about this as a 1946 house that's largely intact, what makes it a 1946 house is the long driveway and the garage in the back. And so, I don't want to hamstring owners with relatively minor features, but one of the things that, this is part of the project here, part of the integrity of the house. And so for me, I would be very in favor of designating this as contributing with the south facade as primary, and including the garage.
Are you making a motion, Member Guida?
I would be happy to make a motion unless there's other discussion.
It sounded like you were making a motion, so
Yeah.
you have the floor to make a motion, unless any other board members have questions or comments. And it appears not, so you have the floor to make a motion.
Okay, so.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you wanted to hear from Member Beachside. I'm just noticing a hand.
Okay.
Try to cut you off.
Yeah, not at all. Member Beachside.
All right, thank you, Sally. I just for discussion, I wondered if before we make a motion, folks could take a look at the west elevation. The doors obviously have been changed, but that it appears to me that the sort of the railing and the stepped entry and the window are still intact and the openings are unchanged. And I believe that's the driveway facade. I just would like a little discussion on that to see if maybe we should designate that as well.
Yeah, would you agree with that, Mr. Purvis?
Kinda. I really don't like that slider that's been put in there. So it kind of grates a little bit.
The opening.
You're correct.
Remains?
Yes, the openings are correct. So that's why I said kind of.
Okay.
It's like, it's like I look at it and go, if you look at the front and you look at the way you look at it and go, this could be old. I mean, it's true. You might figure out that the windows are newer, but it has all the characteristics, the shape and the lights. But you know, as I said, kind of.
Yeah, that sounds almost like somebody that was a board member in the past. Oh, you were a board member in the past. Good observation, Member Beachside and Member Guida. If no one else has any further comments in reference to the comments made by Member Beachside, I will turn it back to Member Guida.
Thank you. So in case 2020-002-978, 847 Old Santa Fe Trail, I move that the board designate the 1946 portion of this property as contributing. That includes the 1946 portion of the house and the freestanding single car garage, and noting that there's a great deal of form integrity to that 1946 portion of the house. I would designate the south facade as primary and exclude the vinyl windows.
Is there a second? And Member Larson.
Larson, second.
And Member Beachside, you have the floor. Did you want to add an amendment?
Sorry. So did the motion state that with the primary facade for the garage? Did I miss that?
Yes.
It could have been clearer, but the primary facade in my mind only applies to the main house.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard you say the garage.
It's contributing. Do we have to designate a facade on the garage as well?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's do the south facade on the garage.
Yes, thank you. South facade. And you, Member Guida, did not include the west elevation that is intact?
I did not. I feel like it's been changed.
The openings are the same. It's just that the sliders are different, but the openings are the same. But
correct. I'm excluding the west facade.
Okay.
Member Larson, was that a friendly amendment to add the south facade of the garage as primary?
Are you, Member Larson?
To make sure. Oh, you're muted.
I accept the amendment.
Okay. So roll call vote, please.
Excuse me, Chair, is it appropriate for the planner to weigh in on this? At this
Oh,
point?
yes, absolutely. Let me see.
Okay, thank you. Well, I can appreciate the direction you all went with this, and I would also designate the west elevation as primary because the house is basically has the same form in relation to the garage and its placement. And if this were not designated primary, then the possibility remains that it could be added onto, and that would change the integrity of the house and the garage, in my opinion. And I believe the garage should be designated contributing as the board has suggested, and that all the facades are primary.
Thank you. Member of the motion, does that sway your motion to add the west elevation?
Madam Chair, it doesn't.
Okay, so we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chris. See you next time.
Thank you all. Good evening.
Okay. Next case is located at 530 East Alameda, and this is also for a status review. Case number is Ooh, let's see. I'm sure it's, okay, I think it's 2020-002974. They just left out the 2020, and it's Daniel's case. Daniel, let us hear your report, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
530 East Alameda is a single-family residential structure with contributing status to the downtown and east side historic district. Here's East Alameda. This is the so-called, this is the unpaved portion here, and this is the house on the south side. Here's a photograph of the house in a Spanish colonial revival style that was popular in California. It was constructed around 1934 with a red tile roof, smooth stucco walls, arched openings, and glazed painted tile steps. This case is in reference to the brick wall, which extends along the northern perimeter of the property and to the south along the sides of the driveway, and includes a small brick stair, which is just around the corner here. This is site plan. Here is East Alameda. This is the wall, and the wall continues down here. Here's the stairway again there. This is the elevation of the small stair and wall, and this is the wall along the street with a gate and fencing on top. This wall has not been designated a historic preservation status. The bricks are concrete and are most likely made through a wire cut process. Here again is the wall, and you can see there are these kind of grooves on the brick, which suggests the wire cut process of creating the bricks. A detailed description is given in the HCPI. The eastern portion of the wall dates from around 1958, so that's this portion. While the western and southern portions are later, this portion and the one that extends down this way, from around 1966. It is likely that at one time the walls were stuccoed. Here you can see there are some traces of stucco still on the wall. Small portions reveal this possible former stucco covering. The HCPI states that the style of the brick is incongruous with that of the Spanish colonial revival house. In the opinion of staff, this does not detract from the significance of the wall, which per section 14-5.2C1 is a historic record of its time and place through its materials and construction techniques of the bricks and the craftsmanship, which you can see here also of the wall's concave mortar joints, and as such has a high level of integrity. We're not talking about this fence up here, just the brick wall. Staff therefore recommends that the historic status of the structure be designated contributing per section 14-5.2D. That is my report, and I stand for questions.
Thank you. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Daniel, the age of the wall is not the same as the age of the house. Is that correct?
Not according to the report. No, it suggests that the wall is later. The house was from the 30s and the wall from the 50s or 60s.
And how tall is this wall?
It's about 3 feet tall. Can I have a look on my drawing, see if I can find an exact height. Just give me a moment, or you can continue the conversation. I'll let you know if I find it.
It's quite low.
Yes, it's a low wall.
And this is not a detail that's integral to the 1934 architecture of the house. Is that correct?
No, it's of a different style and of a different era, but it is historic and it has a prominent place in the streetscape.
Okay. And thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. My opinion is that this is merely old and not significant to the property.
Any other questions for Daniel, board members at this time? It appears not. We can get the applicant or applicants sworn in.
Yes, I'm here, Sandra Donner.
Okay, thank you. Please, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Sandra Donner, 1611 Paseo de Parra Alta, Santa Fe, 87501.
Hi, Sandra. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You as
Sandra,
well.
what do you have to tell us about this brick wall?
The brick wall is quite low. It may be 36 inches at its highest. Although I do understand what Daniel is saying about this wall, it actually is not particularly visible on the exterior. It appears that the wall was installed about like 25 years after the house was constructed, quite possibly to create some sort of a level landscape across the front of the property. There's another wall along the west side. Sorry, I'm trying to deal with dyslexic moments here. Yes, along the west side of the driveway, there's a secondary brick wall that's completely different, more similar actually to the brick that's installed as the driveway surface. The wall itself is in varying condition. Some of it, as you can see along the driveway and some of the images that Daniel just showed, the brick itself is in quite bad condition. There are multiple locations, along here. There are multiple locations in this wall in particular that show a stucco covering that was there at some point. The house, it definitely has nothing to do, the brick has nothing to do with the house itself. It is, as John Murphy said in his report, it is incongruous to the property. And there's a lot of pieces to the property that actually are harmonious. There's a concrete path, there's a concrete step, and then there's the stucco walls, which are all very similar to the desert rose stucco in color and nature. And the wall, although I will quote Member Guida, I think he is exactly right. It is old. I do not believe it is contributing. It really adds nothing to the character of the streetscape and does nothing to accentuate the beauty of the house itself. It's just detracting at this point.
Thank you, Sandra, for your comments. Board members, do you have questions or comments in reference to the status of this brick wall? Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I certainly think that the picture we're looking at shows that it's just detracting, but I think the detracting part is the stuff on top of the wall. The wall looks just fine. And since when do we require that in order to be contributing, it all has to be together in the same style? I think there are plenty of houses around town that are old that have one part look in one style and another part look in another style. And the wall is far enough away and much right on the street that I think it's very visible. And I think I agree with Daniel that it should be contributing.
Thank you. Any other members have comments in reference to this wall? Member Beachside?
Yeah, I would agree with Frank's comment that, if this wall were stuccoed, we might feel differently about it in terms of it's matching the house. So it obviously was at some point. I think its form, regardless of its finishes, and the fact that it's been there since 1958 is important. And I would agree that, what's on top of it is not, adding to the value of the status. And furthermore, although it has nothing to do with this case at all, with the pergola that was added is definitely not harmonious with the house. So yeah, I'm in favor of protecting this small wall as part of the streetscape.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Member Larson.
Thank you. I would also take the approach that this is a very, it's very true to its time in its simplicity and in its construction. I think that there's something to be said about it not being stuccoed. I think it's really kind of interesting that we can see the actual form of the brick and all of that. And I agree with my fellow board members that the upper portion is unfortunate and really does detract from all of the characteristics I mentioned prior. So I would like to see this as contributing as well.
Thank you, Member Larson. I'll open it for public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? Oh, excuse me. Let me go back to Member Benvenue. I apologize. You have your hand up.
Oh, it's no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I also agree that, you know, it's indisputable that this isn't exactly conforming to the Spanish colonial style, but that's part of the reason I think that it actually has significance for the streetscape, because it's a Santa Fe version of that. And as we know, the Spanish colonial style is not one of the approved styles. So I think that the brick wall is actually the Santa Fe, one of the Santa Fe aspects of this particular structure. And it's quite typical to have a mixture of different elements like that, particularly in bungalow style buildings that were already somewhat non-conforming. So when I look at it, you know, it doesn't look like what you would see in Southern California. That is true, but then that would be a mistake to make it look like something that you would see there. This does look like a Santa Fe house from that era. So I do think that it contributes to the character of that particular district, which is what makes it contributing. And it seems to have sufficient integrity.
Thank you, Member Benvenue. And I will open it for public comments.
I think
Donato?
Daniel had his hand up.
Oh.
Sorry.
If I may just add a couple of things. I do think that that one should look at the wall as an element in itself and not confuse it with the house. Historic material and historic methods of construction are very visible in this wall. They would be lost, you know, by covering them over. Also, there has been an ongoing discussion about low walls in this district. This is an exemplary low wall, which was visibly raised. But I think part of what is being shown is the history of a low wall in which the community is able to converse, so to speak, with the house. So despite its modesty, I think that it records history very well.
Thank you for your comments, Daniel. And if no one else on the board has a comment, Member Benvenue, you still have your hand up. Oh, you don't anymore. Okay, I will open it for public comment, and I see that Stephanie Beninato has her hand raised.
Yeah, I agree that it should be contributing, and I think the contrast with the building itself, the structure, the residential structure, is something that is characteristic of Santa Fe, you know, old Santa Fe, where there is this mixture of style. I think also that historically, to see even the change between the 1950s and the 1960s brick is informative. I'm not particularly thrilled with the coyote fencing on top, but at least it could be removed at some point. And so again, I hope that you will designate this as contributing. Thank you.
Thank you. And no one else from the public wishes to comment on this. So I will take it back to the board and I will entertain a motion. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would, in case number 2020-002974 HDRB at 530 East Alameda, I would move to follow the recommendation of staff, declare that the status of the wall is contributing.
And Member Benvenue,
Second.
roll call vote, please.
Member Beechard,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes. Yes.
Member Guida,
No.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, Melissa. And thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members.
Next case is located at 209 Delgado Street. This is for an addition. And case number is 2020-002983. Angela, may we hear your report, please?
Yes. Okay. 209 Delgado is an approximately 600 square foot, single story New Mexico vernacular structure built before 1928. Put a red box around this, and the green, this is essentially the subject property. This is Delgado, and this has been a family compound that has been subdivided. And we are looking at this subject property, which is designated non-contributing. And that is the south elevation. As you can see, it's practically obscured by the later added stucco wall. The applicant proposes to add a 475 square foot living room on the west elevation. In 2013, the board designated it as non-contributing to the downtown and east side historic district due to significant alterations. The addition will be 14 feet in height, where the maximum allowable height is 14 feet 7. The addition's north facade will have divided light windows, wood clad, and awning windows above the French doors. New windows will be clad in sea green foam by Gel Wind manufacturer. This facade is not publicly visible. The skylight is called out in the plans. On the south, which is the front elevation. The applicant did not provide this item in the proposal letter, but can offer testimony to the board at the hearing. The stucco will match the existing house, El Rey Adobe. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project, finding that it complies with the general design standards for all H districts, as well as the downtown and east side design standards. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions for Angela at this time, board members? It appears no one has questions right now. So I will have the applicant or applicants sworn in. Who is the applicant?
David Smith.
Yes, David Smith.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
David Smith, 132 West Burger Street, Santa Fe.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. What else do you have to tell us about this project in addition to what Angela just told us?
Well, just a little bit of history on it. About 2 years ago, I don't have the date in front of me, we came before you and received approval for a much more extensive remodel, which included an addition on the west side as we have here, but also included cosmetic changes to the whole structure and a carport on the east side. Further consideration about size of lot and sort of context, the owners decided to simply build the new living room, which we've changed slightly from the original approved design, and seem to tie it to the existing structure, particularly on the south facade, which is the one that is visible primarily. The living room itself will be 14 feet high and about 17 by 30, I think. The house itself, I might correct, it's about 950 square feet is the original house. It's a comfortable house, but has no room larger than maybe 8 by 12 or 10 by 13 or something in it. So this is a way to make it a functional house, but use the existing structure essentially as is. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, is this house a pitched roof house or is it a combination of pitch and flat?
It's a combination of pitch and flat. The pitched elevation shows primarily from the south elevation. The flat side is, well, it's slightly sloped. It's not a parapet situation, but as you can see on the right end of the existing south elevation, if we could go to the south elevation, the portion on the right end of the south elevation is almost flat. It's a very low pitch roof, and that continues around to the back. It's been added on to over the years. But the primary view of it is a sort of a pitched roof house, yes.
Thank you. Let's see if other board members have questions for you. Any questions for Mr. Smith, board members? I'm not seeing any raised hands. I will go to public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment on this particular project? And I don't see anyone from the public wanting to comment. So, Member Katz.
Yes, I totally sympathize with the need for more space and wanting to add that nice room where it's been added. My problem is it just looks like it's a big box that's really incongruous with the rest of the house. And I don't know whether anyone else feels that way, but I would think that particularly from this view, but I would think that if it could have a pitched roof, a real pitched roof that would complement the portion of the house that already has two pitched roofs, I think it would look a whole lot better.
Thank you,
Member Katz. How other people feel.
Mr. Smith, do you wish to respond to Member Katz's comments?
Yes, I understand. I might reiterate that the south elevation, which is the only one that is entirely visible, and that is by the private drive, is the one in which we brought the pitched roof over to bring the scale down for the front door, pushing the higher part further back. That's a change from the originally approved one, which had a full high wall on the property line. Also, the back elevation is totally private, cannot be seen even from the neighbor on the behind the fence on the other side. So, and the west elevation obscured by the fence as well as some trees. So while I understand the comment, my goal here was to create the kind of space that would open up the house, which is all 7.5 to 8 foot ceilings, and at the same time not try to mimic a non-contributing structure, but simply add to its, I guess, history over time.
Okay, and you are indicating that the proposal cannot be seen, publicly be seen from anywhere?
No, the north elevation cannot be. The west elevation can partially be seen as you enter the private drive. there's the west, yes. That part can be seen. You can see the before with the pitched roof there, and that's the
Right,
west.
but excuse me for interrupting you, but the proposal is on the north elevation, correct?
Well, there is a west elevation of it, which you can see on the screen now,
Oh, okay.
the existing and the proposed. The north elevation. is
Okay, got you. Mhm.
The north elevation is the one that was commented on. This is that's a misprint at the bottom. That's a proposed south elevation. I apologize for that. This is the existing south and the proposed south. And by bringing the roof across, as you see in the proposed drawing, the roof line remains continuous across, and the actual box, if we want to call it that, is set back. So you only see a portion of it.
Okay, thank you for that. Member Katz?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I don't want to deny you height in that room, but if that pit, you can see there on the right side, well, go back one if you would. On the right side, which is the south elevation of the addition, if that just continued at that same angle up to a pit, to a peak or something, then it wouldn't look so boxy from the front. It wouldn't look so boxy from this west view either.
That is true.
I think it would just, it seems, it's the inconsistency with the rest of the house that bothers me.
Okay, let me see if other board members have any comments in reference to what Mr. Katz has brought up. Any comments, board members? Any opinions? They appear to be remaining silent. Member Benvenu.
Well, I'll just make a comment. I mean, I agree completely with Member Katz that it's an odd structure, and certainly if you could see that north elevation, I think it would be unacceptable if that was publicly visible. But I'm just comparing it to what's already been approved, and it's not clear to me that this isn't better, at least, than what's been approved already. So maybe if it was coming to us fresh, I'd feel differently, but I think this is actually less obtrusive from the public view than what's been approved and could be built without coming back before us.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Any other comments? If not, I will entertain a motion.
Did we have public comment?
We did,
Sorry.
and nobody commented.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Benvenu, you have, I don't know if you still have your hand up from.
It was up from before, but I'll just go ahead just to see where we're at and make a motion.
Okay.
Case number 2020-002983, 209 Delgado Street. Move that the application be approved pursuant to staff's recommendation and conformance with general design standards.
Is there a second? Is there a second? There is not a second. The motion dies for lack of a second. New motion. Member Benvenu, you have your hand up again.
It's down. Sorry.
Okay,
I
Member
apologize.
Katz. Oh, no problem. Member Katz.
I would move to postpone to a date certain for a redesign to make the addition a pitched roof.
Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second. This is Anthony Guida. I'll second it with the suggestion for a friendly amendment.
Okay.
That the pitched roof be under consideration, and that the goal of the redesign would be to be more congruous with the existing home.
I accept that as very excellent. Thank you.
Okay, and do we have to have a date certain, or is that something that can be worked out with the city? Nicole?
A date certain of February 9th is the soonest that this could be heard. Or it could just be postponed without a date certain.
Member Katz, what are your wishes?
Well, as to when it's postponed till, I think we should consult with the applicant to see how much time he would like. I'm happy to have it on February 9th, unless the applicant.
You can indicate that on your motion, February 9th, and if the applicant isn't ready by then, the next available date.
Okay.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Smith, and we'll see you.
Madam Chair, might I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely.
We'll be under consultation. We'll either go back to the original living room design, which was already approved, which we're sad about, but that's probably will be our course of action. But yes, leave us on for February 9th, because I assume if we do any changes, we'll come back February 9th. If not, we'll go direct to permit.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next case is located at 310 Magdalena Road. This is Angela's case. This is for requests of primary facade designation on a contributing residence. Case 2020-002986. Angela, may we hear your report, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I just need this screen to go away. Okay. 310 Magdalena. Is a vernacular style single-family residence with a historic status of contributing to the downtown and East Side Historic District.
Your PowerPoint's not up.
It's not?
No.
So it's not sharing?
No.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Going to the PowerPoint, share. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, this is the front of the house. The home was owned by the Archuleta family. It is partially built into the hillside and sits prominently on a hill above the intersection of Magdalena and Paseo de Peralta. It is publicly visible from the west and south elevations. Its core likely predates statehood. It has undergone several expansions over the lifetime of housing 3 generations of the Archuleta family. The south elevation was added on to sometime before 1970. This is the south elevation. It has few of its original windows. Windows on the south elevation are metal sliding, and its overhang is modern with a metal fascia. The driveway has a low stone wall at the base of its front, which is the west facade. Based on several alterations over the years, it lost a section at the east end, up here, and deterioration of the surviving east termination has affected its overall historic integrity. The house maintains its historic status as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district, and the stone wall along the driveway appears to be of historical vintage, but has had materials removed and is in a state of deterioration. The stone facing along the landing is non-historic. The applicant is before the board for a historic status review and designation of primary facades as applicable. The applicant has provided a new historic cultural property inventory form that extensively describes both the construction sequence and the family history. Staff recommends retaining the structure's contributing status per 14-5.3C, regulation of significant and contributing structures in the historic districts. Staff also recommends designating its west facade primary and the stone wall as non-contributing. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Angela. Angela, could you take it to the photograph of the showing the front and showing the wall?
Sure.
Yeah, that. Is the board judging two walls here, or is it just this wall?
The board is determining the status of the house, and the house
Right.
includes the non-historic wall, and the board is considering this driveway wall.
Yes.
Significantly deteriorated and also is not historic
So-
material. It may have
Okay,
been
but
originally
that's
there,
also
or
under
now.
consideration, correct?
Correct.
The driveway wall and the wall in front of the house.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, thank you. Board members, any other questions for Angela? At this time, Member Katz.
Yes, if you can go to that front view of the driveway wall. My question is, it looks from there like a complete wall. I do understand there are other pictures that show the portion of it that it's deteriorated, but what I'm concerned about is what percentage of the wall, how far did it used to go, and what percentage is left?
Member Katz, I don't know if you've all had a chance to read through this new historical survey form. It's quite detailed and complete, and discussion of the yard wall, upon my reading, is that a wall probably has been there, but that is not that wall that's been there. That's new material. And the deterioration of the east end, which is going up the driveway, is obvious. If you can see I think in the packet, there's a picture, or it's in the HIPP of the state of that wall at the east end there.
What I'm looking at, there's like 1, 2, 3 courses of cut block and then a course of uncut block on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Is not that all historic?
No.
What portion of it is not historic?
I think most of it's not historic. This is kind of all new rock, according to the surveyor. And I agree.
Okay, thanks.
Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Angela, how old is the stone wall directly in front of the west facade of the house?
This?
Yep.
It's undetermined in the survey. They don't know exactly. It was added later. This is like an unfinished front concrete platform that the history is really unknown about how that evolved.
And it's not in your aerial photograph?
Oh, the aerial photographs are in your packet, and they're hard to tell. So this is the facade. This is probably that concrete pad with the front facing of rock.
So it was there almost 50 years ago.
Yes, something was there. I mean, some form of this pad has been here. Whether it was faced with rock or not is undetermined. But the rock that's there appears to be non-historic.
Got it. Thank you.
Member Katz?
Yes, I'm looking at the report in the record that says on the driveway wall suggests the aerial photographs and construction materials suggest the wall along the driveway may be of historic vintage, and notes the loss of a section at the east end and the deterioration of this surviving east termination have affected the integrity. Well, yeah, I agree, but if you look at what's left that they say may be of historic vintage, it's historic. And I'm not sure why it shouldn't be saved. That seems to contradict what you said, Angela.
So
and if we know the date, we should maybe try to find out a little bit more about it.
Well, I think it was studied exhaustively. I agree with you. I mean, obviously, some kind of a wall has been here since the beginning when this was a little settlement. This may be the vestiges of what was there, but what has been built on top of it, along the same line, is also deteriorated and is not historic material.
I mean, you're saying, what evidence do we have that there was a different wall or a higher wall or whatever? We know the eastern end of it is, or I think it'd be the western end actually, but no, the eastern end, I'm sorry, of course. But other than that, I don't see any evidence or anything that's telling me this isn't an original old wall.
I think this is a particularly unique condition. This lot where it is, it's prominent, and obviously this sat atop of Paseo de Peralta, which is to the south. That used to be. This was on top of this hill, and there was no carve out where the bank has the lot that's down below. Let me get back to that. Okay, so we're all familiar with this. This didn't used to be like this. This was a settlement, a much older settlement up here. And what I'm getting at is I think its historic form is there, and I think it's essential to the contributing nature of the house. I also know that the material that's there isn't original and is not considered historic or found to be historic. So the recommendation of the surveyor was that not be recommended contributing. I would recommend that it may not qualify for contributing status, but in its form, it needs to stay. It clearly, is integral to the setting of this house. It's a relationship to the street. So the board can, please take into advisement, but also make its own decision. And like I said, the historical inventory form discusses this in detail. And I based my recommendation off of that.
Okay, we are talking about the driveway wall, right?
Correct, this one.
And what I don't understand is, why do you think that that's anything other than well over 50 years old? I mean, yeah, on the right side of this picture, oh yeah, that's all been cut out, but this hasn't been changed. what is the evidentiary basis that this is less than 50 years old? Is not
The material, the material itself isn't, but the siting of it, I agree, is historic.
I didn't understand that.
Um,
The rocks are older than 50 years. The rocks being there, what is the evidence that they're not, haven't been there for over 50 years?
I think that's
Why do you
correct.
say this?
Whether the rocks that have been there for over 50 years.
Yeah,
or not.
what is the basis for saying that the rocks that we're looking at there haven't been there for 50 years? You seem to be asserting that. And I don't know any basis for your assertion. That's what I'm trying to get out of you.
If you could go to, I believe these aren't paginated, the aerial in the historic survey.
Well,
Page, well, it's 16 for additional perspective. It shows the house footprint. However, it does not show that particular driveway wall.
I don't know what you're looking at.
You don't know what I'm looking at?
Can you put that up on the screen?
Yeah, I suppose if we got the, Nicole, would you be able to run the packet across the screen and get to this historic survey?
I mean, the aerial photographs
Yes, I can.
don't exactly make clear anything other than that there seemed to be a shadow or something there.
Right, that's it, Frank. That's, I remember cats.
I think I'll step in here just 1 second and kind of maybe offer some opportunity for clarity. Here on page 19, it shows the historic alignment of the wall that can be seen from the aerial photograph. And I think that what Mr. Murphy was indicating here is that that the wall was still present in 1973, but that the length of it had changed. And so, and then up here, if you go to page 17 in the packet, it states that the aerial photographs and construction materials suggest the wall along the driveway may be of historic vintage. However, probably a loss of a section at the east end and deterioration of the surviving east termination have affected its overall historic integrity. And so I think that there's maybe some confusion in terms of, like, there isn't any indication that the stone is not historic. And it is evident that the alignment is there. And maybe the ends of this wall have been altered at some point. And so that's where the comment on integrity comes in the report. Okay. And so I think that there might just be disagreement between staff and the board in terms of the interpretation. And that I think that the HCPI provides some pretty reliable information to go on.
Well, I acknowledge that some of the east end of the wall is no longer there. But what is visible, not that that is always the be all and end all, but what is visible is a large portion of the wall that remains intact. This is a little bit like the garage in the other case. Yeah, there was another half to that garage, but it's gone, and it doesn't really mean that the garage that's what's left isn't sufficiently old and sufficiently of its original design and style that it shouldn't be made contributing and retained. And I guess I feel the same way about this wall. Is, you know, I would say it's got to be probably 3/4 of it at least is still there and still old and still in place. And I just think it should be contributing for that reason. Thank you.
Angela, did anybody try to get a hold of the Archuleta family? I'm sure members still live here.
Chair Rios, I understand that I think that the applicant did, and we can ask the applicant once he's sworn in.
If
how
you,
that went.
if you
That
give
the Hickey surveyor, Mr. Murphy, was in contact with the family doing the research for this.
Alrighty. And the other question, the wall that is closer to the house. Now you said the aerial view shows a platform there that appears to be that wall or maybe another wall, but there appears to be something there, correct?
Correct. There appears to be the platform, but the stone cladding is not considered historic, or that can't be dated to earlier than, I think I think it's conjecture about when the stone was there.
Let's see, Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm a little bit troubled by some of the recommendations from staff on cases like this tonight, and also a little bit troubled by some of the way that the board conversation has gone. I think to step back a second, I think what is important to remember is that most of the time, the status reviews that we're doing are not on pinnacle works of architecture, super meaningful historic sites. I mean, we have a designation of significant in our code that does apply a more stringent standard. Most of the time when we're talking about contributing buildings, we're dealing with vernacular structures like this one. And so, to me, the hard and fast is not the 50 years plus. The hard and fast is not, is it exactly historic material? I mean, especially as we know that, we review projects all the time and that are contributing or significant, and we ask people, we approve restuccoing, resurfacing, repairing, installing new windows, and that doesn't change the status of the house. What we're looking at here in terms of status review, and particularly on contributing, is whether these character defining features are actually contributing to the district. And so whether that's form or whether that's a detail or it's a stone wall that's been there for a long time and is typical of vernacular houses in this particular area, that to me is far more important than the exact carbon dating of the stone or of details on the building. And it's clear that we have judgment calls to make, both in terms of staff and in terms of this board. I'm looking at the south elevation of this house, which has a 1970s addition that's not very attractive, but it's 50 years old. And I don't think that we as a board are going to highlight that just because it's old and say that this is important to the district when it's not, when it doesn't have character defining features that are typical of the district. So I want to be careful, and I want to reorient us towards the actual guardrails that we should be looking for in some of these reviews.
Thank you, Member Guida. Member Larson.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that Anthony has raised some really important concerns and thoughts here. And I think it does go back to the actual investigation that this board does every time we meet. I think we are all looking at these things very thoroughly and not in vain. So I think there is a very valid investigative aspect here. And I think in this particular case, it comes down to looking at the footprint. I think the aerial does a really valid job at highlighting that historic footprint, and whether it's a 2-year difference of the 1970s, I think it's pretty close. And I also would say that Chairwoman Rios brought up a really good point about possibly using more community input, using more sourcing from the people that are associated with this property. And I think that that could really help to further our holistic approach in really engaging with the sources that we have here available to us, and further investigations of, yeah, maybe not the most significant of structures, but still very important to our overall community fabric.
Thank you, Member Larson. Any other comments, board members, at this time? If not, I'm going to get the applicant sworn in.
Right. Enfield was previously sworn.
Okay, thank you.
Who is the applicant?
It's me. Cecilia.
Oh, it's you, Eric. There you are. Yes, Eric, what do you have to tell us?
I get the stone wall tonight. I actually wanted to talk more about the house because maybe the board's aware, and I'm not sure they included the previous packages, but the Archulettas spent part of their lifetime trying to put a portal on the front of this house in front of the board, and were denied the chance to do it. And I think there's a picture within these photographs that were included in the HCPI that I'd like to focus on just for a minute. It's that photo number 13, west front facade landing, stone cladding. I'd just like to go to that and tell you why we think that that has no part of this house. And it's, if you could get to that picture, either Angela or Nicole, I'd really appreciate it.
Eric, I've got it up, but can someone help me?
Okay, the hick.
It's the last photograph in the Hickby, page 13. If you get that on the screen, I think I could talk about what I think happened with the wall and where I think we are right now with the stonework.
I have it and can share.
Yeah, if you could do that, that would be great, Nicole. It's just that it's called photo 13.
Yeah.
It's the last photo in the
Photo 3 or 13?
13.
The very last photo in the sheet of the survey. But that's not the driveway wall. That's
There,
the
right
front.
there. Pull that one up.
Okay.
This is why I wanted to show you why John was feeling it was non-historic. I think what happened with that old concrete deck they had on there is all the water comes off the canales right onto it. And it probably deteriorated the original mason wall that was underneath it, which I don't know what the structure was. But do you see they built a new CMU wall in front of the old concrete? Does the board see that in the photograph?
We're not on the right picture. I
No,
don't
that's the
know.
right picture. This is the one at the front porch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm showing you is they built a CMU wall in front of it, Frank. And I
Yeah.
think what also happened here, Chair and board members, is I think they repurposed a portion of the end of the wall and put it on the front of the CMU. That's what I think happened to a portion of the wall. Some of that stone on the front wall, if I was working on it, I certainly wouldn't go get stone. If I had a deteriorating stone wall, I'd just pull the stone off the wall and put it on the front of the house. It's repurposed, but it's put on front of a new CMU wall that they put down there because that porch was starting to fall away from the house because of the moisture was getting between the concrete and the house. And that water damage has been documented, and this house had tons of water damage inside of it also that my clients purchased. I think that that's the reason that we feel like that front stone in that front area has been altered significantly is they built another wall in front of it with that CMU. And those joints are modern joints and modern CMU. I do think, Frank, that the end of that stone wall was deteriorated, and so they just repurposed it on the face of the porch in the front.
Are they cut stones there?
Well, there's different kinds of stone in that wall, but I'd swear some of it looks like it could have come off that wall. I'm pretty sure that some of that stone came off that wall. That said, I think that the portion of the stone wall that exists now probably has been there quite a while.
Which
And
wall?
The one along the driveway.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think they repurposed the stone onto the front of this when they built the CMU wall in front of it to stop it from moving away from the house. Because I think they came to the board in the 80s and 90s, and I think it was more than once trying to put a porch on the front of it, but because it was contributing and the primary facade, they weren't allowed to do that. So they tried to stop the wall. You know, it's the classic thing where what do? You just put more concrete in front of it to stop it from moving. But all that actually has done is trap more moisture on it. And that's something that we'll have to deal with when we remodel this place. Is right now that CMU wall they added has added a lip onto that concrete deck, and it's actually holding the water back into it instead of allowing it to flow across that surface and get away from the front of the house. I'm more worried about the condition of the house because of that odd detail on the front of the unprotected west facade. I do agree that those two windows in that door appear to be the original windows and doors. What I don't agree with is the metal canales, I'm sure were added later, that are on the parapet. And I also feel like there's a good chance there's no vigas left under those metal sleeves that were put on in the 70s, probably also when they did the metal canales. The three canales on that are metal canales, and that wouldn't be a traditional canale on a building like this. It would be a wood canale. And I think they also capped the vigas at the same time. I think that, you know, I don't think there's a doubt that the west facade is a primary facade because it has the three original openings on it. And even on the south facade of that front room, it appears, according to John, that the window was changed to a door, or the door to the window on that side. So they've done some work all the way around the house. There's a hodgepodge of windows on the north and east elevation. There's actually only one window on the east because it's into the hillside. You know, it's kind of an interesting house. I do think that the wall probably is going to be older. I do know that from my client's point of view, it's important to be able to provide parking for them at the site, and they don't have it right now. And that we would probably be talking to the board about creating an area where they could park at their front of their house anyway. Because right now you have to drive up the driveway and you have to back all the way down that driveway. That might be why there's wall damage. They've been doing that for a long time, and they've probably hit the wall multiple times, because I almost went off the side on Cody's property. It's strange working on this when I worked so long on Cody's property that's still sitting there empty. But that being said, I do think they repurposed portions of the east wall that were deteriorated onto the front of the house when they built the CMU wall to stop the concrete patio from falling off the front of the house. As far as the age of the wall that was added, you know, it looks like it was added recently by the mortar work. And it looks like it was kind of, the rocks were literally not even put in mesh or anything, but just kind of stuck on with cement onto the face of that new CMU wall they added, probably in the 70s, early 70s maybe. I did want to tell you, I grew up next to 530 East Alameda at 550 East Alameda, and that wall was always brick that I remember from 72. So you guys probably got it right on that one. But, you know, on this, I agree that I think that portion of the wall has been there quite a while. I think it has deteriorated in the east end, where we're going to have to find a point where we say, let's stop the wall here. My clients aren't intending to tear down the stone wall. That's not what their intent is. Their intent is to provide 2 parking spaces at the top of the driveway so they can get into them. You know, we've talked about adding portals, and I would like to know what the kind of character defining features on the front of the building are from the board's point of view, just so I know what's important to the board on what I consider most important in the house, because I think it's the most prominent piece. The walls are part of it, Frank, as you so well pointed out, And we're not looking at destroying what's been put there, nor what historically was part of this property. Really, they bought that alley from the city of Santa Fe, so they didn't even own that. It wasn't a driveway along there for a long time. It was probably retaining part of their yard from falling down what was probably a slope there. And the Archuletas bought that little driveway from the city of Santa Fe, I believe. So that driveway wasn't a historic driveway. It wasn't lined with a stone wall. There wasn't a driveway there until the Archuletas bought that right away from the city.
When?
You know, I'm not certain when, but it would probably be the late 60s. I don't think the city would do that now for anybody. But I think in the 60s they probably would have. But I believe the access to that house was kind of from the hilltop before. It certainly wasn't.
That is correct, and that's stated in the HICP. That's absolutely
and that
correct.
certainly wouldn't be a steep driveway like it is now. But that being said, I'm just saying it wasn't a stone wall lined driveway for 50 years. The stone wall, I think, was part of the landscaping wall that might have been there where before the slope dropped off the side, and they then built the driveway next to it and that retaining wall along the bank property.
Okay, so Eric, how, excuse me, can you tell us again how old the house itself is?
Well, the house itself, I believe that that one aerial is from 1918. I think it may be, you know, even late 1800s, the original box. But the aerial that he has in here where it supposedly shows, you know, which I think is the oldest aerial, the 1918 or 19, it's not really an aerial, it's a King's map. The 1912 King's map that shows the small L-shaped structure.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can see they've also filled in other areas, but, you know, that's, if you look at that, I don't believe there was a driveway there, although I wasn't there then, so I can't be sure of that. But I think that I know they bought it. I think they mentioned when they bought it, to be able to use that as their access for the house. I thought they might have mentioned it. I'm just looking real quick.
Yeah. And Eric,
Oh, it was in 1988. No, they didn't get it till 2004. Wow. I thought it was 88, but it's 2004. In 1988, Manuel died and left it to his son, Isaac.
yeah, and Eric, in reference to the middle canales,
Yeah.
those canales are they're really old. I know houses here in Santa Fe. I think of 3 of them, including a portion of the house where I live, my brother-in-law's house, and my neighbor's house. They all have those canales, and those were built like in the 20s and 30s.
I just thought that I thought the timing on the canales would match when they capped the Vigas, but you may be right, Chair.
Yeah, those long middle canales, they're really old.
Do you think the Vigas were capped later than the metal canales were installed?
No, well, that I don't know.
It looks like it to me, but you know,
I would venture to say yes, but I don't know.
yeah, I mean, you know, it was an original kind of small L shape, and you can see that it's changed shape just from the roof line right there, looking down at the 73 aerial. And you do see that shadow line along there, which we can only guess is the wall was present there at that time, because it does have a shadow line along there. I mean,
okay, Eric, let's see where this board is, if they have any questions for you or if they have any comments. Board members, do you have questions or comments? Any questions for Eric? I will see if anybody from the public is going to comment. And no one has their hand raised, so I will go back to the board. And Frank has his hand raised. Yes, Frank.
I would make a motion, but I don't want to do it before everyone's had a chance to speak.
Member Beachside, did you have something to say?
Just a few comments, I guess. I think that, I guess what stands out to me as important about this property is its siting, and just from the information in the HICP report, the fact that this house was sort of perched on the hill along with others at the time, in what's described as sort of a marginal, second to the houses on the street, directly on the street, is important. The HICP report reports to the fact that this was undesignated as NS, meaning no street at one time. So I think that the driveway wall and the landing in front of the house preserve that history of the house, being sort of located off the street. I do believe from the HICP report and the 1958 aerial that the driveway wall, which is also referred to as the former property line at one point, which lines up with what Eric was saying about the driveway addition, were there in some form, if not this form, always. And then just if someone's making a motion, I would just vote in favor of designating both the west and the south facade, excluding the 1970s addition, as they appear to be unchanged.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd also I believe the owner of the property, the present owner of the property is also on this meeting. And I think it's a good chance for her to say something if she would like to. And I'd like to offer her that chance to speak on behalf of herself also. I think the south elevation was altered, and he mentions that of the old structure, that an opening was changed and it's not a historic window there. So I would graciously disagree with Member Beachill, but really this is a pretty small footprint. There is really nowhere to go except the south facade and redoing that south portion of the facade, which is going to be important for my clients to be able to use this house. As far as the wall is concerned, I think we all know that it's got some issues with it. And I know that we're going to have to do something around the wall to be able to provide parking and backup that's required by the city of Santa Fe. But I can tell you and offer this to you is that, I don't think there's any problem with us looking at getting the wall back to the shape where it's going to survive. It obviously hasn't been maintained, which was, made clear by the photographs and stuff. And certainly it would need to get some attention and loving care when my clients decide what they're going to do with this property.
Okay, Eric, what is the name of your client? And we need to get that person sworn in.
Yeah, Quincy Sweeney. If she's on and would like to speak, I'd like to give her this opportunity before you guys go further with your vote.
Ms. Sweeney, are you there?
Yes, and thank you to the board for.
Okay, excuse me, you need to get sworn in. Melissa? Go ahead, Melissa.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Quincy Sweeney. My address, 22 Paiute Road, 87505.
And Ms. Sweeney, I will caution you that we are not to address anything that you might want to do in the future. We are simply addressing the status this evening of the house and the walls and the primary facades.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think I just wanted to say thank you to the board and really just make it clear that, we are excited to own this piece of Santa Fe history. My grandmother lived down on Washington Street, and I love the idea that I can almost see her old house from my new house. And yeah, we're really excited to get this opportunity to make the house all that it could be without really affecting the historical nature, and trying to really maintain the best parts of it while making it a livable and wonderful place. Thank you.
Thank you. board members, back to you. Or did I open it for public comment? I think I did, and there was someone that was going to comment. So Frank, you have your hand up.
Yes, I would make a motion in case number 2020-002986 HDRB at 310 Magdalena Road. I would designate as the primary facade the west facade of the building. And I would designate as contributing structure the driveway wall, recognizing that it ends substantially short of the house, which incidentally will probably give them room to build a turnaround there.
Thank you, Frank. Is there a second to this motion?
Guido will second.
Guida seconded. Any amendments? Appears that there are no amendments. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
No.
What's that? Did you say no?
No.
No, okay, thank you. Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And thanks, Eric. And
Well, thank you for
good
your
luck
time.
to the
And
new owners.
We'll be coming back to the board.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. And we'll see you when you come back.
Okay, you guys have a great night.
You as well.
Bye-bye.
The last case this evening is located at 717 West Manhattan. This is in the West Side Guadalupe District. It is case number 2020-002973. And this is re-roofing a contributing structure. And this is Daniel's case. Daniel, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair Rios. 717 West Manhattan Avenue is a single-family residential structure with contributing status to the West Side Guadalupe District. Here is the rail yard, Guadalupe Street, Manhattan, and here's the location of the house. It was built by 1928. It has adobe walls and a hipped tar shingle roof, a style that is common in this historic district. The material of tar shingles is assumed not to be original. The roof materials are 14 years old. That's the house today. The roof is in poor condition and needs to be replaced. The applicant is requesting an exception to section 14-5.2 D6, which requires that the existing roof materials be maintained or replaced in kind. The applicant argues that there are several houses in the district with similar metal roofs. She's requesting a metal roof so that this change would not harm the district. Additionally, the change would prevent the hardship of having to replace again the roof in a short period of time. Here are some photos of the house. The roof is in poor condition. Just wanted to point out these green details here. These are houses in the immediate area with pitched roofs of a similar typology and metal roofing. The proposed roof is this kind of green, dark green pro panel, which is meant to correspond with the green detailing on the existing house. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2 DNE. And staff recommends that the exception criteria per section 14-5.2 C5B for an exception to section 14-5.2 D6 have been met.
Thank you,
That is
Daniel.
my report.
Board members, any questions for Daniel? Frank, you have your hand up. I don't know if it's for this project or if you kept it up.
I kept it up. I didn't mean it to be for this project, although I do have comments later.
Okay, anybody have questions for Daniel? Okay, it appears not. Who is the applicant, and will the applicant get sworn in, please?
I'm the applicant.
Thank you. You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Robin Smith, 121A Arroyo Calabasas Road, Santa Fe, 87506.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Smith, and good evening. And what do you have to tell us about this project?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members. I first want to say you guys are troopers. I have never been involved in this process, and I'm impressed. I bought this house in November and would very much, it definitely needs to be re-roofed. And I feel that a metal roof would actually make it more attractive and more congruous with the other houses on the road, on the avenue. And I hope you will consider this change in type of roof. But in any case, it needs to be re-roofed.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Board members, do you have questions for the applicant at this time? Member Guida.
Just a few comments. Ms. Smith, I certainly understand why the shingle roof might have failed. It's a very low slope that this roof has, probably, and especially over the porches in the rear addition, too low of a slope or too shallow of a slope than would be recommended by manufacturers of asphalt shingles. So water is seeping back up under them likely and shortening the lifespan of the roof. I think overwhelmingly a metal roof is a very good choice for the reasons that you've pointed out, both in terms of the district, but especially over this issue with a low slope roof. I think it's totally appropriate for the project. However, I would say that anything that is like the Pro Panel roof that has exterior fasteners, you're going to run into the same problem with manufacturers' recommendations. So there are slopes that are too low or too shallow for a Pro Panel roof. And despite what maybe an installer has maybe told you, this is really not a good idea for such a low slope roof. That said, other types of metal roofing that do not have exposed fasteners, like standing seam, would be a much better choice for the slope of the roof.
Thank you. I will definitely take that into consideration. I have a Pro Panel roof on my house, my current house, and have had no problems with it, but you're right, it's a very steep slope, the roof I have now. So I will, tell me again the type of metal roof.
Standing seam, which I think is in this lower right-hand photograph.
Got it. Yes.
It's not screwed through to the roof. There'll be no exposed fasteners.
Yes. No exposed fasteners. Thank you.
Anthony, what's your experience with corrugated tin on this type of?
That may be an option. I think the question would be, and I don't know the specifics of it, would be that same issue. Is it? Pro Panel. Here's the other thing. Right? Pro Panel has a connotation of being inexpensive and a quick fix for a lot of roofs, and the material has an association like that. That said, Northern New Mexico architecture, the arrival of the railroad, the arrival of metal roofing material, corrugated was a relatively inexpensive roofing material. I'm not judging from that standpoint. I think if the roof were steeper, I'd have less. There would be less of a warning about either corrugated or Pro Panel, or anything else that has an exposed fastener. But the issue really here is the longevity and choosing an appropriate material for such a low slope roof.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Member Larson.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that this is more so a comment rather than a question for the applicant. Is that all right, Cecilia?
Yes.
Okay. So I kind of have an issue with the fact that every time we begin to talk about a not in kind replacement, it comes down to bringing in other photos, because I think that this furthers us homogenizing a certain style of house, even though it may not be the most appropriate decision based on what's already there and the history of the house itself on an individual basis. So I'll raise that as a flag just in our discussion as we talk about granting a potential exception for a non-in-kind replacement of a roofing material. I'm also just a little bit concerned that we don't have further evidence to talk more about the potential materials that may have been there prior. Making a decision, I'd be more inclined to approve an exception knowing that a metal roof may have potentially been a historic material rather than these asphalt shingles, which were, as Daniel had mentioned in the report, added 15 years ago. So I would appreciate knowing a little bit more, and maybe we'll hear more amongst the board and amongst the public. But those are just kind of my initial thoughts. Also, I'm not too keen on whatever roofing material you choose, not too keen on matching the exact fascia color of the green. I think that's kind of an intense color, but maybe other board members have different thoughts seeing that this is such a low pitch. But overwhelmingly green as a metal roof may not be the best choice, and maybe a matte silver would be better. So I'd like to hear what others have to say as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Larson. Board members, any other comments? I know you have opinions. Member Katz.
I've been so shy about expressing my opinions. Maybe I'll do it a bit here.
I know, Member Katz. You're the shyest on the board.
I appreciate that a metal roof might last longer than the asphalt tile roof, but absent evidence that it has always been asphalt tile, I don't think that just because it lasts longer is an excuse for the exception. I think it should be replaced in kind.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Smith, do you happen to know whether, do you happen to know the history of the shingles roof? Has it always been shingles, or was it anything else prior to shingles?
Beyond what Daniel, and Daniel, please speak to this also, beyond what Daniel has helped me uncover, we couldn't go any further back than this photo here.
Okay.
And may I just add, Madam Chair, I am not married to the green. I can absolutely consider other hues.
Okay. Let me hear. And this photo here, is that a shingled roof? I really can't tell. I just see white.
It's difficult. Daniel, can you
comment in reference to that?
Have a look at this is from the HCPI. I can have a look on the HCPI whether there's something written.
Yeah, would you
Looks
please?
to me like a shingle roof. I can't.
Thank you. And in the meantime, I'll ask other board members to make their comments known. Any comments, Member Beachside?
Yeah, I guess it's my understanding that asphalt shingles were manufactured at the time of the house construction, 1928. Is that possible that they were original to the house? I guess that's a question. The HICP report would be super helpful, Daniel. So if you have any information in there, that would be great. I appreciate Member Larson's comments. I thought those were really important, and I agree with you about the color. But otherwise, that's the comments I have.
Member Benvenu, do you have anything?
Well, it does seem that we're proliferating this style of metal roof throughout the historic district, and I would like a little more insight into to what extent that's a modern phenomenon that we're actually instigating, as opposed to the historical look of these neighborhoods previously. It's hard for me to tell the difference now because they are so common in these neighborhoods. So it would be helpful to have a bit of historical background on that. That said, they are common, and we seem to approve them fairly regularly. And certainly the idea of replacing with asphalt shingles doesn't seem very user-friendly for people trying to live in these homes, nor are they particularly aesthetically attractive. So that also does not seem like a very good solution to me.
Thank you.
So I'd be inclined to, my inclination at this stage, given the information that we have, is to approve it for those reasons, although I do tend to agree that green might not be the best choice.
Thank you. Daniel, what do you have to tell us?
I can tell you that there are two HCPIs, one from 1996 and one from 1985. And in the 1985, there is also an asphalt shingle roof identified as such in the text.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it goes
So it
back.
had, as of 1985, it also had an asphalt roof, but as to the original, there is no record.
Okay. Thank you. I can't remember if I opened it for public comment. I'll do that at this time. Anybody from the public wishing to comment? Stephanie Beninato.
There I am. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We did not take public comment on the Magdalena Street house at all. I had actually waited to make a comment there. So I just want to point that out that was.
I did, because Sally will call me out on that for sure.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. She did call for it. I made a note of it. I've got it in my written.
Thank you. So I thought so. Thank
There
you.
were no hands. in that
Matter
one.
of fact, Stephanie, I thought you had already left. But anyway, go ahead and make your comments known in reference to this project.
Okay, well, I just want to say that I had not commented on the case before, but I was waiting for this one, and I had heard you say, do you want to do public comment on the case before? And I deliberately did not make any comment on the Delgado Street one. But again, I would ask that Melissa at some point go back to see if there's actually that request for public hearing. But for this one, I do appreciate Member Larson's comments about proliferating or making in the area look more homogeneous than it is, even though there's a lot of sloped roofs. Each roofing type was different. And the other thing is, I think it's somewhat different circumstances, but I do point out the insistence about the roofing type on Don Gaspar and how that was important, that the historic material be kept, and maintenance again was something that was not considered necessarily a hardship, just because you might get 30 years from a metal roof, or even 50, but maybe only 15 from shingles. So I just kind of point those issues out. I am empathetic to the owner in terms of wanting to obviously have a roof that lasts as long as possible. But I also appreciate the diversity that we do have in, or did at least have in historic districts. And I think that is also an important factor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't believe there's anyone else in attendance anymore. So I don't think there's anyone else from the public that wants to comment. So I will turn it over to the board members. Member Beachside, she's got her hand up. Let's see what she's got to say.
Thank you. I just wanted to, Stephanie mentioned the Don Gaspar house, and I thought about that one also in looking at this case. And in that case, I believe the shingles were wood, and we knew that that was the original roofing. So that, I feel like there's a slight difference. In this case, we don't know if the asphalt shingles were original to this house or not. So that, just want to point that out for consideration.
And, you know, one of the things that I always think about as we are evaluating these projects is that people continue to live in these homes. And one of the things that we try to do is to improve what was there before. And naturally, we try to keep things, the history alive in the home. But one of the things that we have to remember is that people are going to make this their home, and that they try to put something on that roof that is going to last. And in this particular case, I don't know if the shingles are the original to this home. Yo no sé, I don't know for sure. And I don't know, I think when we're evaluating something such as this, is that we have to remember that people are going to be occupying these homes and they want something that's going to last. And obviously we are a historic board, so we have to weigh everything. And having said that, I'll see what Member Larson has to say.
Thanks. Just one last comment. Metal roofs are not the answer to eliminating maintenance. Nothing is maintenance free, nothing lasts forever. And as preservationists, we all have to consider that with whatever material that we approve. At the end of the day, you know, we're looking to be true to this house and to preserve its integrity historically. And unfortunately, you know, the farthest back that we go is 1985 here. But again, I think Member Beachside made a really good point earlier about the longevity of asphalt shingles and how long they've been around, and how they would be in character for this home as a material choice. So I am still on the side of an in-kind replacement.
Thank you. With all that being said, Member Katz, you have your hand up.
I do, and I am wondering what the cost of doing a metal roof is versus a cost of doing an asphalt shingle roof. Daniel, do we have any information on that? To say that
I don't know.
That somehow making it an metal roof will make it better for the person living there. Well, I'd be happy if my roofs lasted 15 years. They haven't. And if it's just, you know, it may be cheaper to just keep doing asphalt, and without any evidence that it isn't less expensive to keep doing asphalt, I will move to deny the exception to replace the roofing material in kind.
We're in the middle of a motion.
Wait. I think that's appropriate to have the applicant before I go on with the motion.
Okay.
Yes. Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing me. I received 3 bids I got bids for metal, and shingle. All three bids, the metal roof was, much to my surprise, slightly more than the shingle, but they were not very far apart.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. That does help. I appreciate that.
And P.S. I lived in a house for 20 years with a shingled roofed house. Had zero problems, serious. And another family member lived there prior to me, and we never replaced the roof. We never had leakage problems or anything. So anyway, I'm going to turn it back to Member Katz unless Member Guida has something to say.
I do. And I want to be careful here with how we're treating these projects. I certainly have a lot of access to Member Larson's points about, making decisions based on, well, it's already there. I certainly have a lot of access to her resistance to the color, particularly pro panel colors are quite bright and not suitable for this house. But at the end of the day, it may very well have been the case that this house, which was built in the 20s or 30s, had an asphalt roof when it was built. That material was around then. It's conceivable, but it's not known. I'm taking issue with ruling out metal as inappropriate when metal has been a roofing material in northern New Mexico since the railroads arrived, and is common to this region, and would not be uncommon or out of place in a house of this period. This is all the more reinforced when a homeowner has come to us and said that there are issues with a particular building material being used or being installed, that it will fail. And I don't think it's okay to suggest that a material that will fail in a very short period of time or is being installed against the manufacturer's recommendations is an advisable position for this board. Metal roofs are part of the northern New Mexico landscape. They are part of these districts. We are considering an exception tonight. If this was just a case of going to staff and saying like replacing kind, metal, I like asphalt shingles, fine, that would have happened. This applicant has come to us with a request for an exception. I don't think it's out of line to recommend a metal roof for this particular project and for these particular circumstances. I'm very uncomfortable with recommending a product that will not work on this house.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, something else to put out there. Since you indicated, Member Guida, that a pro panel roof, because of the way it's made, would have issues with water. And I'm wondering if, I don't know what route the board is going to take for sure, what's going to happen. But I'm saying if the board, let's say, would go with metal, I think that the applicant probably needs to explore the different possibilities. Just putting that out there as well.
Correct. It would most likely need to be standing seam or something without exposed fasteners, which might be more expensive.
Okay. Member Katz, you want to start your motion again, please?
Yes.
Daniel wants to say something. Sorry, Member Katz. Daniel.
Thank you, Member Katz. Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to remind the board that it is that in applying for an exception, the applicant has addressed 3 exception criteria, and to either approve or deny it, it's very important that the board addressed these exceptions. They have to do with the character of the district, which is why we had a number of examples of other structures in the district. It has to do with hardship, which I think in particular Mr. Guida has addressed. It has to do with the particular structural properties of the house, and the third to do with the options. So please do bear those in mind as you make your motion. Thank you.
What was the third one, Daniel?
It has to do with exploring all options and ruling out other options.
And the ability for folks to continue to reside in the historic districts, I believe.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. First of all, just because metal roofs have been around for a long time and maybe even be common in the area, that's not the way our historic code is written. It doesn't say you're living in a historic house that was built a certain way and there's certain rules about changing it. But as long as someone else has built a house that way, that's cool. I think our job is to maintain the historic style and look and materials of a historic house, unless there's some very good reason, the kinds of reasons that Daniel just outlined. I think it's quite inaccurate to say, oh, you put a asphalt tile, it's just going to fail. Yes, it will fail, but if you get 15 years out of it, and I have no idea how that original asphalt tile roof was done, whether they did a botched job of it or whether, you know, that's all you could ever hope for. But we don't have any, I mean, I haven't seen any evidence, I haven't heard any evidence of the expected lifespan of a shingle roof. I do not think it's a hardship to maybe have to re-roof your house every 15 or 20 years rather than every 35 or 40 years. We don't even know whether there'd be a cost difference in that. I don't think that's the kind of hardship that prevents somebody from living in an historic house in the historic districts. I will make a motion in case number 002973 at 717 Manhattan Avenue to deny the exception based on the fact that I do not think the criteria for the exception have met. Although I think it would not ruin the character of the neighborhood, I do not think it's a hardship. And I think that the option of maintaining the shingle roof is an acceptable alternative. Okay, that's as far as I need to go, I think.
Is there a second, Member Larson?
I'll second with a friendly amendment, just further explaining the exception criteria and why they have not been met. Saying that this, the choice to maintain this roof material in kind maintains the heterogeneous character of the district.
Yeah, I accept that for sure.
Roll call vote. Oh, Nicole, did you have something? Oh, for a second, your hand went up. No one else's hand is up, so we will take a roll call vote.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Before I vote, I just want to clarify something based on my previous remarks. I'm reading the subsection, I guess it's D6 now, that's applicable here, and realizing that the exception is required, as the motion indicates, because of the fact that it states that existing roof material shall be maintained or replaced in kind if necessary. I had originally thought that it needed to be original to the building, but that clearly does not state that. It just needs to be what's existing at the time that this application is coming before us. So based on that, I do think the exceptions are not, the exception criteria are not met, particularly the hardship exception. So I will vote yes.
Member Guida,
No.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay. And ma'am, thank you for your time, and board members, thank you for yours. And, you know, I think this is something that I forgot to state at the very beginning of the case, is that you do have the option to appeal to the city council. And that would have to be after the findings of fact and conclusions of law have been approved. And then you wait, you have up to 15 days after that. But good luck to you, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any discussion items? I think everyone wants to go home.
Are we having our meeting on the 20, whatever?
28. Board members, instead of meeting on the fourth Tuesday of the month, we're going to meet on the 28th, which is a Thursday. Okay. Any matters from the board? No matters from the board. We are adjourned, and I just want to again thank you, thinking members and staff. Good night. Take care of yourselves. See you.
Thank you.
Couple of weeks.
Good night, everybody.
Take care.
Okay.
Bye.